going on? How we doing? What's poppin', guys? What's up, Payne? How you doing? What up, Krish? What up, It Was Real? What up, Deraspute? Nose Night, what's good? What's poppin'? So, today, I'm super excited to share that we left our autonomous app factory on overnight. I mean, not overnight, we left it on over the weekend. So I guess what I kind of want to do today is I kind of want to test out, the apps that it made. So you can kind of see we've got a few new apps that have launched right here. You can see we've also got a bunch of pending apps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I want to test all of these apps that it's built over the weekend. I'm not gonna lie, I've been pretty slack. It's kind of funny because I feel like, it's always like now that agents and AI is involved in like the workflow, it's always the human that is the bottleneck. So I was just thinking the other day, like I've literally got these apps that have just been stacking here since literally early Saturday. And so all of Sunday's passed and now we're in Monday morning. It's 8:47 a.m. here in Sydney. And I'm just like, damn, my Openclaw keeps messaging me like, dude, you got to review these apps. You got to submit them, man. Cause we've got a queue lineup where only up to 5 apps can be queued at a time. So if I'm slacking, which I have been over the weekend, these apps you can see aren't really getting submitted. Now, that's not to say that these apps are perfect. I do think there might be some issues with these apps. I'm very much so expecting that. What's kind of interesting is it's also come up with some new ideas over here. Fully autonomously, I didn't tell it to do that. Snip, track every recurring subscription in one place with smart renewal alerts and a monthly burn rate dashboard, so you never get surprise charged again. That sounds cool, but I don't even know if it's even capable of building that. That sounds kind of complicated. Sip Tally, a dead simple, beautifully animated water intake tracker. Nurse Shift, Posture Pin, Gig Tax. I mean, yeah, it's cool. So we've got some interesting things there. And I also want to show a new feature that I've been working on, which is this thing, which I don't know if you guys saw my latest video, but I basically launched this feature where you can now click on any one of these apps that it's working on and it'll give you a full breakdown on anything and everything that the app kind of stands for. So even Pantry Power, the pitch is know what's in your kitchen, scan groceries, track freshness, and get recipe ideas before anything goes to waste. The target user is home cooks and household managers who want to reduce food waste and always know what's in their kitchen. You got it's these specific features that it's researched that are kind of necessary. You've got barcode scanning, expiry date tracking, AI recipe suggestions, auto-generated shopping lists. It's these are the features that people want based off of its reviews it's done on X and Reddit. And then it also comes up with pain points and market gaps. So average US household throws away $1,500 a year in expired food. Existing grocery apps track shopping lists, but don't track what's actually in the pantry after purchase. Users on r/meal prep Sunday and the subreddit Eat Cheap and Healthy constantly ask for apps that suggest recipes from what they already own. I threw away 3 bags of expired spinach this month. 3 bags of spinach. Who the hell has 3 whole bags of spinach just lying around? What the hell? That's got to be AI generated, right? There's no way. There's no way that that's actually a thing. Anyway, kind of interesting there. Pantry tracking is an emerging niche. Fridgely and Pantry Check have 3.5-star averages with complaints about barcode databases. Pantry Tracker gets 1.8k monthly searches. Food Waste app gets 1.2k recipe from ingredients. Okay, it's interesting, and then it even gives it a score. Now, I guess we need a bit more clarity on what these scores are based off of. Like, I can't really tell you, oh, this is because of this is because of this. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of just Claude Code's little magic. And we all know how reliable that is. So yeah, potential app store keywords, also kind of interesting. Not really sure how it gains this information. And monetization strategy is pretty straightforward. We basically found out that there's 7-day free trials in a freemium model. So freemium basically lets you use our app, and then eventually we are going to, I guess, charge you to continue using it. That's kind of the freemium model. And then the trial model is we give you a 7-day trial to use our app. And that's usually if there's AI or some sort of like additional AI feature that is involved, which will cost us obviously to use like the AI tokens. We recommend doing a 7-day free trial. That way we don't lose any money. I mean, we would lose money on the trial, but it's a higher chance of conversion because they're able to test every feature of our app, even if there's AI and stuff involved. But yeah, so there's a 7-day free trial, which apparently through our research has a 6x higher conversion rate than the freemium model. So, hey, worth noting. So another thing that's kind of interesting is Apple's launched like a new update. So when building apps, you can actually, they've like included Claude Code and Codex built into the Xcode, which is for anyone that doesn't know, Xcode is like the kind of the coding software that they provide for users to use to build apps. So it's pretty interesting. They've got MCP support. So this is pretty big considering the fact that we've literally just launched this for the iOS app. So I feel like this would be really handy and useful for the autonomous app factory. So maybe we actually just start off with this. Xcode's 2.26.3. So I'm just going to prompt my Claude Code off the rip and just be like, latest Xcode 26.3 update has MCP support. Can you look into it? Look into it and see into it. I feel like this will greatly improve our app development framework. I feel like that'll help us build more complicated apps. You feel me? Oh, what's chat saying? Nose Knight looking for a co-founder? Is that right? Yo, Nose Knight, have you even joined the Discord yet, man? Always in the live stream chat, like asking for a co-founder, bro. Ask it in the Discord, man. Like people will definitely respond. What up? It was real. What up, Loxy? Damon, how we doing? Welcome back. I've been using Claude in Xcode. It's fire, works well. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. It looks interesting. I want to learn more about it. Have you made a social media page or Discord server for the game? Throwback to the Replit days. My work is done. Me 7-9. What's cracking? Yeah, we've come a long way, haven't we? Jeez, man. Dude, I haven't looked at Replit in so long. But what are we? We're on day 37. Oh yeah, also, are you guys fucking with the new thumbnail for the live streams? I thought I'd mix it up, you know. We're on day 37 now, but dude, day 1, man. Dude, if I look at this video, I'm probably going to cringe, man. Cringe. Hey, so I was thinking about doing a clipping automation with Openclaw. What do you think? Yes. Yo, Pain 25, definitely possible. I tried this on my very first live stream attempts. Hold up. Yes, plan, integrate. All right. Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think it's FFmpeg, FFmpeg, is what you use for it to scan through your live streams or whatever, or anyone else's. But yeah, clipping automation's definitely possible. I will say though, like recently I did try to help with my video editing, and you can see here, right, I've got all of these clips and I kind of stitched them up together to make the full video. And I kind of prompted Claude Code. I was like, yo, Claude Code, I got all these scripts, all these sections for my long form video. Can you stitch them up and remove any pauses, also any double takes? And it came up with this. I have 11 AI agents running 24/7 autonomous. And I don't know if you can tell, my Openclaw agent manages all of them to build profitable apps while I sleep. Just yesterday, they built 7 apps despite having less than 30%, 0.04% codex reads, because I literally spent 2 days. But I want to show you guys how I plan to. I mean, it looks alright. In the description below. Actually, looks like it did a good job. When I was looking at it the other day, I thought that it was like the sync and timing was off a little bit. It could have just been still work processing. But yeah, it looks alright. Would you ever do a collab with BridgeMind? Yeah, 100% I would. I'd love to do a collab with BridgeMind. The hell? He'd school me though. I'm not gonna lie. He's definitely, I'd say, a bit ahead of me in terms of, coding capabilities, because I think he had a bit of a head start in terms of knowledge base. But I like to think I'm catching up quickly. But yeah, I'd love to live stream him and Dioburn. Is that his name? I'd love to collab with both of them, man. I feel like we could do something cool. Could be cool if it was like a challenge. It was like you do like a 24-hour or a 12-hour live stream, and it's like you both work on the same app or the same app idea, and then your communities vote on like which one's better. I feel like that could be fun. Why did you stop doing it before? I mean, in shorts, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I don't know. I'll try though. I stopped doing it because my Openclaw ran out of context. And so I had to realize I needed to prioritize. I had to prioritize like what to work on. Need to turn volume up. Jeez, brother. Is that better? BridgeMind is an interesting fellow. He tells his viewers learning how to code isn't valuable anymore. I mean, when I first started, I kind of had that mindset as well, but it's kind of shifted the more I've started vibecoding, because I've realized, if you know how to do code, if you know how to like develop and you're familiar with like computer science and all that, and like the different languages and stuff, you are literally running laps around me if you have agentic access. So I think learning code is definitely valuable, but I think the way to learn it is different. Like, for example, right now, I feel like I'm learning just by building my own stuff. Like building my own projects, I'm learning, like the database is important for this reason. You can use Superbase. You got to deploy through this stage. Like, I feel like I'm learning the fundamentals. And as we move on to more complicated builds, hoping to also get more knowledgeable in that space, But yeah, even like Naval, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Naval, but his recent podcast, he's like, dude, people are saying developers are going to be redundant. And that is so incorrect. Because the developers, we're going to see the first time in history, like single army billionaires. Like a single person is going to literally be able to create $1 billion company because they could manage like 10, 20 AI agents because just really efficiently. You know what I mean? Like you just need one really smart guy to just capitalize on this opportunity. And it's true. Like we've already seen like companies are getting smaller and smaller, right? We've seen, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Hyperliquid, but they're one of the smallest billion-dollar companies in the world. They have an 11-person team and they are generating like a few $billions in profit every single year. Profit with an 11-man team. And I feel like that's only going to become more and more prevalent as people start to, use AI agents and whatnot. It's like saying the calculator was going to replace mathematicians. These tools show us to tackle harder problems. Exactly. At the end of the day, it's who's controlling that tool, Bump on Whisperflow, it'll deadass change your life, lol. Actually, I use Whisperflow. The only thing is, and it's really annoying, right? But what my setup right now involves 2 desktops, okay? I've got my laptop, which is live streaming, and you can see the screen. And then I have this section right here, which you're viewing right now, which is actually the Openclaw's Mac Mini. So inside of this Mac Mini, which is primarily where we're working right now, I don't have Whisperflow connected. So I have Whisperflow connected to my laptop. You can see I got the app right here. But when it's inside of my Mac Mini, it doesn't work because it's a completely different environment. And I'm sharing the screen of my Mac Mini to my MacBook Pro, right? So that's kind of my setup right now, if anyone was wondering. I've got my MacBook Pro on the right here. I think it's 2022 model, which I live stream off of and build apps off usually. And I've also got a Mac Mini here, which is just the latest one, 256 gigabytes, maybe I think 16 gigabytes or 32 gigabytes of RAM. But yeah. Alright, let's get rid of this. Let me chuck some music on as well, a bit quiet. Anyone working on anything cool? Anything cool coming out of you guys recently? I'm not gonna lie, this app factory has just consumed me. Like, this is just all I'm working on these days. That's not too loud, is it? You can hear me with the music in the background. Should be good to go. Maybe a little bit quieter. Yeah, okay. I think that's good, right? That should be good. Yep, I'm on a Hyperliquid long right now. Yo, nice. Sad to see Block let go 4K of people. Yeah, that was crazy. Dude, that was actually mad scary. I'm not gonna lie. We saw Jack. Where is he? Dude, this guy let go of 40% of his staff. How ridiculous is that? 40% of his staff. What was it? 4,000. And he made it a public announcement, like on X. And there was a funny retweet. Someone noticed that it didn't have a single uppercase. Every single thing here is a lowercase. You can even see like the first letter is usually an uppercase, right? There's not a single uppercase in this entire thing. And so I don't know if I saved it, but some guy was like, yeah, look at this. This kind of cracked me up. Claude, fire 40% of my employees. Don't use any capital letters. Like, what the fuck? How retarded is that? Oh, man. Cracked me up. Build a mirror, startup idea, lol. I thought you meant it had 256 gigabytes of RAM at first, lol. Damn, man. If I did, that shit would be mad valuable right now. Be able to sell that shit for like thousands. What up, O-Kick? Welcome, welcome. Get comfy. HX, what's good? What up, good luck cats? How we doing? Hey, bro, I just got an Alienware Area 51. What the fuck? What is that? It has 32 gigabytes of RAM. Can it run the hyped up AI agents? Also, what would your advice be on learning vibe coding for a complete beginner? It can definitely run, dude. The thing is, if you're talking about locally, I'm not entirely sure. 32 gigabytes of RAM, I think actually is enough to run a decent model locally. But if you're talking like just run like your Claude code, like dude, that's more than enough, man. I'm running my Claude code on my MacBook Pro, dude. I'm able to run like multiple instances, no issues. If you get something like Conductor, over here I've got Conductor, and so this is called an IDE, right? And basically what this does is it allows you to, I guess, have more advanced workflows with Claude Code. And you can see on the left-hand side here, I actually have multiple instances all working on something. And what you can kind of do is you'll quickly notice when you prompt Claude Code, it can take a couple minutes, maybe even like 10, 15 minutes based on how difficult the task is to, you know, do something. So at the same time, you can run a second instance, right? And be like, yo, like while that's going, can you build the landing page? And then you can have a third instance and be like, yo, while that's going, can you build the database? And you can kind of run through and have multiple instances and be super efficient. And that doesn't take up much. That doesn't take like any crazy hardware or anything. Like that's pretty light. I'm not gonna lie. But as a beginner, starting out, like, dude, I reckon you just got to get your feet wet, man. Because, like, I mean, you can look at Replit. If you're, like, super uncomfortable with, like, vibe coding and coding in general, you can look at something like Replit. Or you could even look at something, which is what I used to use, right? Now, I will say it is quite expensive. But to get your feet wet and just to understand the feel of things, I would recommend Replit just to, like, you know, get your first build out, maybe even like deploy it, because this does everything within the app, right? You don't need to know how to deploy anything. You don't need to know what a database is. You don't even need to know what GitHub is, right? You don't need to know what a repository is. You can literally just prompt and build, and it'll do everything, all the hard work for you. It doesn't show you any like scary code. So this is kind of like nice. Also lovable as well, is really good. But if you're a bit more advanced and you like have a little bit of coding experience, I'd probably just jump straight into Claude Code. Just open up in your terminal, download Claude Code, and just write Claude, and then it'll pop up. Mine's actually been glitching out, I'm not gonna lie. I should probably prompt Claude to fix this. Let's do that right now, actually. Yo, mine's like full glitching out. What the hell? Do I need to open a new? I love how while I'm showing you how to run Claude Code, I can't even do it myself. That's so funny. Alright, we'll come back to that. I think it's just glitching out. Anyway, there's Lovable as well. I heard these guys are really good, but they're also quite expensive, similar to Replit, but they do really cool UI designs and stuff. Was so dystopian LMAO. Yeah, man. I feel like, and the craziest part is, right, after he made that announcement, after he made this announcement, his stock price went up like what, 60% in like 15 minutes or something ridiculous. which goes to show like this is what investors are kind of after, and it's kind of scary because I feel like this guy's kind of set a precedence where like, you know, if you do this, your company's stock price is going to go up. And so now more and more companies are actually going to follow suit. I feel like Jack had the balls to do it. You know, as scary as it is, he was one of the first to do it, and the market repaid him positively with it. So now I feel like this is only going to become more and more prevalent as the world kind of moves. What's the best solution to Vibecode a mobile app? Well, I mean, we just talked about Apple MCP. So you can now use Claude Code and Codex inside of Apple's Xcode, which is what they recommend for building iOS apps. So you can actually connect and talk to Claude Code within this MCP area. Looks good. Commit. I'm broke. I need to join your community to make money. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna make you money, but like you will definitely be able to talk to people if you're already like working on. What I like about the Booby Builders and for those who don't know, Booby Builders is my Discord community. You can kind of come in here and hang out. What I like about it is, you know, what are we on right now? We're on 1,250 members. We're growing really fast, and you know, we have really strict kind of guidelines on who can kind of join the server, right? Because we want to make sure that we have a really strong user base and a really valuable community where people can come in and actually get help for what they're building. Like you can see, like half of the people, like not half, but a lot of people don't come in. You need to have your account age needs to be about a certain time. You need to have an avatar. Your username can't be weird and funky because we want to make sure no bots are coming into this server. You can see like we've got people co-working right now. So it's a super fun space if you're building, and you know, entrepreneurship can be quite lonely, especially if you're in a small town or whatever. You know, chances are you might be the only one in your friendship group that's actually interested in doing this sort of stuff. I know I am. You know, when I talk to my friends about AI and coding and stuff, they're not really that interested in, I guess, they don't even know what Claude Code is, or they don't even, like, they're only just hearing about Openclaw now. Like, they're not as into it as us, you know? So if you want to join a community that, you know, is up to date, always talking about the latest stuff, you can kind of see even our news category here. You got Nano Banana 2 that is available in the Claude CLI. It's kind of cool. Kelly Claude's always doing cool stuff. Sam Altman when he said some retarded shit. Yeah, there's Sonnet 4.6. We heard about it first in our Discord. It's pretty cool. There's definitely a cool place to be right now. The link's in the description if anyone's interested. Isn't the creator of Twitter? Yeah, Jack was the old creator of Twitter. What up, Akash? How you doing? Man, the chat, it's hard to keep up. Trying to go through like in an orderly fashion, but man, there's a lot of people in the chat right now. Free game for a startup idea. We generate code and ship so fast. Plenty of vibe coders are losing out on knowledge, so a way to learn equally as fast as you ship. I mean, that's kind of cool. Look, I tell you what, let me go through the chat, answer some of your questions, because there's a few, and then we'll go into what I'm building. I'm planning on making an AI website for small businesses by which I can get the tokens. I have about $1,600 to spend on building something off Vibecoding. That's a good budget. That's a good budget, bro. I think that's more than enough, man. Just be careful what you're using, you know? If you use Replit, you probably burn through the $1,600 quite fast. If you use like Claude Code with the max plan, you might even save some money. Also consider like autonomous marketing. Planning on making for small businesses. I mean, yeah, if you can really niche down, autonomous marketing is the way to go, I think, man. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen, but Oliver has been popping off, man. So Oliver, he built Larry. First link in the description. But he's launched a fully automated money making on Larry Brain. It sounds a bit, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds a bit like, but trust. Basically what he's done is he's built an autonomous skill for your Openclaw that is able to have this learning loop where it posts TikTok slideshows, and then I just realized I'm not sharing screen. It posts TikTok slideshows and then is able to learn off of the slideshows and their performances and say, okay, this hook performed really well. Let's use it again. Oh, this hook generated like 10,000 views, but no signups for our app. Now we know that not to use this hook because we're actually attracting the wrong audience. And it's able to kind of continuously post these slideshows, and he's able to create these really nice before and after slideshows for his interior design app, which is kind of cool. And it literally just like is able, it brings in customers. Like, look at this, he's got people joining and paying for his app. Like, look at this. So the money is as a direct result of this TikTok Larry posted. Notice how he tried 2 landlord hooks and they didn't work. He realized, reverts back to what was working and instantly posts a banger. I think this brilliantly demonstrates how good the Larry marketing skill on Larry Brain works. He doesn't create random content. He has created content that works, learning what does and doesn't convert. Clearly this one does, and as it earned me paying users. Thanks, Larry. Pretty cool. So you can see here, it had a landlord hook and another landlord hook, both kind of flopped. And then my nan said my flat looks like a prison cell. And then that's what generated some subscribers. Really interesting stuff here on the autonomous marketing side of things. And what's cool is this particular skill is completely free, the marketing one. If you want to generate the slideshows, you need to pay, like, I think it's like $30 a month, and you get 50 other skills. But yeah, pretty cool. 100% for a beginner learning the fundamentals. First will pay you exponentially tenfold. Or use Rorke Max. Rorke Max is cool. For those who don't know, Rorke Max is basically a new, I mean, they've been around for a while, but you can basically one-shot apps. Most AI app builders make fake apps that are actually websites. Rorke Max can build a real 3D basketball 3-point game for iPhone. Pretty interesting. Like, it's basically the App Factory on steroids. The only difference between this and the App Factory is you still need to come in and prompt what you want, where my App Factory will literally just build it without any prompting. But yeah, if I can get my App Factory to a level where it's able to make like shit like this, dude, we're cheering, man. Hey, I have a question. How do you use the App Factory? Do you have to pay for it? I mean, right now, I'm just using the App Factory myself. It's not really available anywhere. And I'm honestly not sure how I want to distribute it. Chances are it will be paid, only because like it doesn't really make sense for me to make this like just accessible and free to everyone, especially when I put this much time and effort into it. Although I have kind of given you guys the playbook. If you want, like, at the end of the day, you're paying for convenience. So, you know, I've live streamed how to build it. I've made videos on the blueprints behind it. So, you know, if you were to feed the transcript to your Openclaw, 100% you could probably try and build it yourself. I have no issues with that. If you want to build this yourself, no problem. But what you would be paying for is the convenience. Like, if you want to use what I'm building, chances are there will be a fee behind it. Because at the end of the day, I am doing a challenge of trying to hit 100K. And I feel like this is quite a powerful tool, you know? So yeah, it will be paid. I'm not really sure. I haven't really thought about the pricing or anything. But yeah, this definitely will be a paid tool. Read my chats, please, brother. I'm very new to this. I took the help of my dad's friends, and they're willing to pay somewhat from 900 to 3K for showrooms, shops, marble shops, kitchenware, businesses. You know what I mean? I am very excited, but scared that I would burn out money. I have no idea, Damon. I upgrade my own hardware. Wait, so they're looking to pay for marble shops, kitchenware businesses, showrooms. So what do they want you to do exactly, Akash? They want you to book showrooms? What up, Decan? How you doing, brother? Sheldon is the name of my AI agent, yeah. Can you show us what Sheldon has made so far? Yeah, let's get into it. All right, so just quick context. I left my autonomous app factory to run over the weekend. And so we actually have a lot of, I guess, testing to do. First thing I kind of want to mention is we did release this new feature where it actually goes and breaks down everything regarding research. It goes through the pain points. It even finds like, subreddits. Like its users on the subreddit Meal Prep Sunday and Eat Cheap and Healthy constantly ask for apps that suggest recipes from what they already own. Like it's actually quite intelligent right now. So let's go ahead and test some of these apps, shall we? And what I'm gonna do is, so this is the Openclaw terminal. So let me just give you guys a bit more clarity. On the left-hand side, this section is my Claude Code instance. This middle terminal is my Openclaw instance. And this on the right-hand side is the app factory. And so the Openclaw is able to do the cron jobs. And then on the left-hand side is the Claude Code. So anytime there's an issue with the app factory, like if I'm testing an app and I'm like, yo, why does this app not work? I can message Claude Code and be like, yo, we need to iterate here because the app's not working. And then it's gonna fix the app factory. That's kind of the setup that we got right now. But yeah, let's go ahead and test. One more thing I do wanna know is, you can see here, it opens your App Store Connect, which connects you to the developer account on Apple. And it goes straight to submit. Do you guys know if I need to submit it for review in order for it to be available in TestFlight? Do you guys know? Because I'm thinking like, do I need to submit it for review? Like what if the app doesn't fully work? Like I kind of want to test that first on TestFlight. So let me prompt. Does the app need to be submitted in ASC for review in order to test on TestFlight, or do I need, or can I download it through TestFlight first? But yeah, let's go ahead and look at what's split IOU. So you can basically just press this button, right? This test button. And it should, fingers crossed if nothing's broken, open up an emulator for us to test, I think. If it wants to. Yes, no? You can download through TestFlight without submitting for App Store reviews. They're separate processes. Upload your build to App Store Connect, Archive plus Upload. Add yourself as an internal tester. The build becomes available in TestFlight almost immediately. Oh, dude. Can we have a... Wait. Can we have a quick button to make the app available on TestFlight? And then with all the metadata needed for that to work. Okay, the emulator didn't open up. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm gonna try, this is the simulator. Let me quit the simulator. Maybe that's why. Okay, simulators quit. If I was to open this, says launching, but it's not opening. Usually it just opens up. Let me try like another one. Let me try Plant Pulse. Yo, why is it not working? And this is exactly why the app factory isn't available yet, guys. Because some of the shit is still broken. I thought TestFlight, then submit your review. Okay, cool. So it is that way. It is through that method. Just wanted to double check. The testing guidelines are less though for TestFlight versus production. If you want others to test it, you have to have the app reviewed. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The main thing is I just want to test it, right? Because these apps are pretty simple. So I'm able to swipe through the different screens and be like, okay, yeah, the camera works. Okay, yeah, the AI function works, and then submit it. Like, I'm not looking for anything crazy rigorous, you know what I mean? Especially with the volume of apps that we're submitting. I'm not looking for some crazy testing like requirements. I just want to go in, press a few buttons, be like, yeah, cool, this is working. How many tokens do you spend per day? We're at about $30 a day right now. To give me a little bit of context, what can 5 tokens do really? Dude, 5 tokens will not do anything, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you look at, even if you look at like one of my prompts here, you'll be able to see like how many tokens it uses sometimes. It's not showing right now, but it usually does. Please fix the startup errors shown in this terminal. Also, there is a strong lag when I enter the Claude command. So can we like optimize and fix that? Yo, if you're watching in as a developer and you're looking at my prompting, like, hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I know my prompting is kind of ass. So the emulator's not working. Maybe I gotta give it a refresh. Let me give it a refresh. Research validation failed. Few issues with the app factory. Also, when pressing test, the emulator is not brackets emulator / simulator is not popping up. Dude, what is going on with my app factory, man? Yeah. So we open Plant Pal. Let's test it. We gave it a refresh. Let's see if this works. How do you get Openclaw to control Claude Code CLI? I'm not entirely sure, man. I literally prompted Claude Code to build this for me. So when it comes to the ins and outs, I can't really give you any details. But I mean, if you look at the earlier live streams, literally all I did was I gave it a fat prompt. Like my PRD document was like 37 pages. I can pull it up right now if you want. Right here. Actually, that's not it. Yeah, look at this. Look how fat this PRD document is, okay? It is literally like just pages on pages and pages on pages on pages. And all I did, 27 pages to be precise, of just how to build this. And all I did was I prompted Opus 4.6 and Codex 5.3 to go back and forth to create this really in-depth product requirements document. And then obviously the product requirements document is way too in-depth, that to the point where Opus is probably gonna like crash when I provide it, right? And it's gonna cut corners. So I had to then cut it down. And so I shrunk it down to just the key, most important kind of sections and created a massive prompt. And I pasted that into Claude Code and it just built everything for me. That being said, obviously there were a lot of issues and we had to keep iterating, but it was able to get the first version quite accurately. All right, let's give this a refresh. It says it's fixed everything. So if I was to test Pantry Power, unknown endpoint. When pressing test button. Just Vibecoded, an app I was using from other app. I could not get past a pain point in the app and got to build mine and made over 7K already. My app is called TradingView Copier Pro. Yo, nice. How are you marketing, bro? Smithy, how are you marketing? Lovable is super easy, but can be expensive if you want to make something very advanced. I used CV Code, but Claude 4.6 to build it. And the $25 subscription would give me around how many tokens to can? Is it a day limit? Selling downloads 99 per sell on Gumroad. No, did it with around 150 worth of tokens. PRD, can you share that PRD here? I mean, it's in the earlier live streams if you want to look at it, man. You can see the exact prompts that I used to make it. These 5 blue boxes are the apps you're making currently, which you will later release on App Store and Play Store. Only just the App Store, not the Play Store. Because the Play Store has 70% market share in terms of mobile devices, but only 25% in terms of consumer spending. The Apple market share, on the other hand, has 30% of total mobile market kind of size, but 70% of consumer spending. So it makes sense to launch your app on the App Store rather than the Play Store. So I'm focusing on just the App Store right now. Giving this a refresh. Is it working now? Launching Pantry Pal. Yes, emulator's working. All right, cool. Did Google Ads. So first I need to know about all the risks and returns before I wet my feet in here, Decan. I mean, Akash, you're not gonna know about these things. Like, the best way to learn about it is to just go out and do it, bro. At the end of the day, like, you can only look at so much content and you can only watch so much content. You need to go out and get your hands dirty because that's what's gonna stick, right? That's how you learn. It's way more valuable. All right, we got the emulator working. Pantry Pal is looking good. So let's just test some things. If I was to add let's say Apple. And it was what? Yo, this is looking clean. These icons look nice too. Produce, one item, add. And then cool, it shows a nice little expiry. And so I can just go through. So you know what would be really cool is if this was to just take a photo of your pantry and then it collects all the data based off of that photo. So like it took a photo of your fridge, for example. So generate recipes. It's still doing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 recipes. Shopping list. Expired items will be auto added, or swipe right on any pantry item to add it here. Swipe right. Whoa, that's clean. Yo, that's pretty cool. You guys see that? Pantry Power is looking like a pretty clean app, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so let's say we got Apple. What have they got here? Let's see, let's put some of these ingredients in. So we need tomatoes. So let's say we got tomatoes. Tomato. Egg fried rice. So we could say we got eggs. Yo, so it's actually updated based off of the ingredients that we hold, which is cool. So it knows that we have eggs here. Boom. Okay, cool. This is actually pretty solid. Okay. I noticed Pantry Pal. You should add a mascot to the Pantry Pal app that rewards users or something. Feels a bit too advanced for the app factory right now, to be honest. I think it's a great idea, but I think that's a bit too advanced for the app factory. What up, Blaynock? How we doing? Also, welcome to the stream, Besiege. New to the stream, is there a video on how you set up Openclaw? Was this on a VPS or personal Mac? There is not a video, but I'm working on a masterclass on how to set up Openclaw, keep it secure, and do like 1, 2, and 3, I guess, tasks. Ranging from beginner, like a personal assistant, to advanced, like autonomous marketing or something. So stay tuned for that. It will be like one of my longer videos. But let me kind of think straight right now because I'm getting a little distracted. I wanted to test these apps out, right? So I noticed with Pantry Pal, it's pretty manual in terms of adding items individually. You know what would be interesting? If you took a photo of your receipt and then it could base off of that individually. And I want to bake into these apps some convenience. With AI, there are so many processes which we can simplify. Manually putting in items to Pantry Pal app is tedious and could take hours if you have a big pantry or fridge. Can we implement AI photos like a receipt, like a grocery receipt scanner that looks at all the groceries you just bought, or even a fridge slash pantry scanner that lists all your ingredients based off a photo. And this not only applies to Pantry Pal, but across all apps. I'd like to think about how AI can be used to add convenience to these apps, because tedious tasks will drop user retention, and the easier we can make someone's life, the more likely they are to stay. So think about what needs to be added into the app factory. Maybe it's an extra phase for automations slash optimizations, where an AI looks at the app, finds pain points where users may lose retention or tedious tasks, and see if AI can be implemented to assist users to properly use the apps that we build. All right, that was a fat prompt. How do you use Claudebot for this project? He just do the planning or just the cron jobs? He just does the cron jobs. We have every single stage taken care of by a separate AI agent. Like for example, the building of the app, the idea generation, the research behind each app that you can see here. Every single step is taken care of by a specific AI agent. We call them a project lead, and our Openclaw agent just plugs in to the system and basically directs traffic. They're like, okay, yeah, cool. The research is done. Now we let the the build agent look at the research. Okay, the build is done. Now we let the review agent, Codex 5.3, look at the build. Oh, okay, that's done. Now we let Nano Banana generate the icons. But not once is our Openclaw even looking at the app. Not once is it even familiar with what the app even is or what it does. All that context is handled within the app factory, which keeps our Openclaw's context completely free. You can even see, like, right here, you can see only 2% of context window is used up on our Openclaw right now. Like, it's super, super lean. So that context, we're going to actually make use of it for the autonomous marketing side of things. But yeah, it keeps your context like completely free. So you're able to let this run while doing other things. This is a great insight. Friction kills retention, and AI can eliminate the most tedious parts of every app. Let me plan this out properly, since it touches both Pantry Power specifically and the factory system as a whole. Bro, you just gave that software a command and now it will just make the app you wanted it to make? What the fuck? So you need 0 coding skills. Yeah, bro. You literally don't need coding skills. The new language to coding and talking to a computer is English, or whatever language you want to use. It's the human language. And so now all that really matters is that you're concise and that you're able to explain your idea coherently. If you can do those two things, you can become a good vibe coder. Now, developers have an advantage because they know, like, oh, you can build it in Xcode or you can deploy it on Vercel, and it's able to give more concise feedback and prompts. So developers have an upper hand still. I don't think developing is any more about, you know, having to understand the language per se, but being able to explain more coherently and concisely than, you know, someone like me who isn't that familiar with developer code and stuff. Also, this activity panel is really, really shit. I was thinking of learning Rust. OMG, fuck it. Nah, dude. I'm telling you, Akash, man, just get your feet wet, brother. Just come into the space, start vibe coding a little bit, and I guarantee you, you're gonna learn so much more. Maybe not more, but you will learn very fast a lot of these terminologies and what people are talking about. Like, I'm pretty sure it was only 2 weeks ago that I found out what a GitHub repository was. I don't know why GitHub likes to, you know, use all these weird lingo for what their shit is. But I guess it kind of makes sense for developers because developers eat that shit up. But like, I only learned like 2 weeks ago what a GitHub repository was, and now I use it all the time. You know, I use GitHub all the time. GitHub is in every single integration that I have for each of my projects. It's like, I'm always committing new changes all the time. So yeah. Yo, by the way, you can see here how many tokens are being used. Akash, you were wondering how much like a token is worth or something? You can see in just this 5 minutes that it's been running, it's used 12.1 thousand tokens, okay? And the way that you're able to, I guess, value these tokens is different AIs use different pricings per token. So if you go to auto route, what's it called again? Router. Yo, I've full had a mind blank. You guys know what I'm trying to search up, right? Is it auto? It's auto router, right? Yeah, open router. Open router. Full had a brain fart. But you can come on here and you can look up models and you can see, okay, Qwen 3.5 uses 0.25 cents per million tokens. Okay? Yeah, open router. You guys got me. Appreciate you. And so you can kind of come in here and then you can also do like comparisons. So you can now compare Qwen to, let's say you've heard a lot about Claude Code's Opus 4.6, and then you've also heard a lot about Codex 5.3. And now you can kind of come in here and just be like, okay, so this is how it works. And then you can press this button right here, and it's visually able to perform these tasks, and you can see what's gonna actually complete the task first. Holy shit. Whoa. Dude, Qwen is going ham right now. What? Qwen 3.5. Dude. What? I've never seen that before. Did you guys know that Qwen 3.5 was this freaking OP? What the hell? Dude, nah. What the... Dude, Qwen smoked the other agents. That makes me wonder if there's... Because what you can actually do, right? And I heard about this recently, is you can actually contaminate an Openclaw. I mean, not an Openclaw. You can actually contaminate an AI's data. And what that kind of means is you can feed it this testing data. So the AI is able to understand what this test is and finish it really quickly, which isn't actually its true capabilities of what it can do. It's just really understands the test. Does that make sense? So I'm wondering, has Quen just contaminated its data with OpenRouter's visual performance test? Dude, holy shit. What's the context window? Context window is not that good. Dude, that was incredible. I'm amazed. I'm actually amazed. Dude, holy fuck. My mind is blown. Wow. Yeah, wow. Interesting. Interesting how Opus 4.5 is here. Yo, also, did you guys see what programming language do you use? I'm non-technical. I don't even program anything myself. Everything I just do is through prompting Claude Code. So that question's kind of irrelevant to me. Does that make sense? Rajiv Ghosh? Like, my background is marketing. I'm like very non-technical. So when it comes to like programming languages and what to build on specifically, it's like, Nose Knight, can you stop clacking? You still have 53k AUD to go. Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. What LLM are you running? We are running Opus 4.6 and Codex 5.3 are mainly the two ones. Also a bit of Sonnet 4.6. Can you review my app? If you go into the Discord and put it in show off, in the show off channel, I'll review it later in the stream, Smithy, if you remind me. I'll start by reading all the files I need to understand before making changes. Let me do this in parallel. Alright, let me just have a quick geeze here. So we gave it a pretty big prompt. Plan AI convenience, Pantry Power photo scanning plus factory-wide audit. Manually entering items into apps like Pantry Power is tedious. Bake AI convenience audit into build and review phases, so every factory app gets this thinking automatically. Photo scanning. Okay, scan receipt or scan fridge. Analyze this. Okay, cool. This is cool. So it tells Gemini the prompt. Analyze this receipt image, extract every grocery item, return only a JSON array. Dairy, meat, produce, grains, frozen, canned, snacks, beverages, condiments, bakery, other. Look at this fridge pantry photo. List every visible food item. Okay. Alright, we'll do it. Let's run it. Now, what I guess the next step would be is to this new system that we've added, which is the automation thing. Yo, TestFlight didn't work. Unknown error. Maybe we work on that next. You should ask your app factory to build unicorn level apps. What do you mean by that? Unicorn level apps. Like, I don't know if you can just tell it to build a unicorn app, man. Like the... Are you trying to... Do you mean like unicorn as in like the magical app that freaking performs way better than all the others? I don't think it's as easy as just asking it to build a unicorn level app, man. What will you be using to market the app? I'm going to be using the Larry skill. So Oliver Henry, and it's the first link in my description, by the way, so there's this thing called Larry Brain. And basically what it is this guy called Oliver has been autonomously marketing his app and generating sales through this TikTok posting schedule automator thingy, where it literally generates these images and posts them on TikTok. And it's these slideshows, and you can see they generate like hundreds of thousands of views, right? And it autonomously gets added to the app, and then the skill basically tracks how many, it's like this self loop where it learns based on like the hooks that it's generated and the users that have come in. So Larry Brain, it actually offers you the marketing experiments for free, but it doesn't let you like generate the actual images and stuff. This is just like the system that you can plug in, which is free. If you want the actual image generation thing, you need to pay. But yeah, there's a bunch of different apps you can use here, all connected through Larry Brain. But yeah, these two are free, so you don't even need to pay. Like you can use Excellent, and you can use Larry Marketing Experiment, which are honestly two of the best skills available. So check these two out. They're completely free and open source if you want. And if you want to pay for the thing, you can also pay for it. You know, there's 50 plus additional skills that you can use. But yeah, honestly, you don't even need to pay for it if you don't want to. Yeah, like $1 billion apps. It's not that easy, LMAO. I wish it was. That Oliver Henry dude has built it. Yes. Yes, he has. Yo, Sebastian, you know what you remind me of, bro? You remind me of this guy. Hold on, let me try and find that video. You remind me of this specific meme. I'm gonna find it. Hey, for those that think I'm slacking right now, the AI is currently working, all right? So while the AI is working, we can fuck around a little bit. Yo, Sebastian. Sebastian, you remind me of this guy. You remind me of this guy. You remind me of this guy. Check this out.
Hey there.
Shut up.
Sounds like... Sure
I need a note-taking app that will generate me $1 billion per year. Now.
Going big, I see. Well, let's
Shut
talk
up.
a little.
No flowery language. Just give it to me.
Absolutely. No flowery language. So to get to a
More
billion
concise.
Got it. Straight to the point. If you really want to
Just do it.
from a note-taking app...
Just do it. Just do it. ChatGPT.
Hey, that's what you remind me of, Sebastian. Bro, it's not that easy, man. If it was that easy, bro, everyone would be rich. Yeah, I know, but why not let an app factory just grind them, push them out? I mean, the thing is, though, you need to iterate and prompt it, and like you're kind of seeing what I'm doing right now. Like we're testing this app, and it's pretty good, but you know we can make it better. And all we're doing is we're prompting it to now, for next time, make better apps. Does that make sense? So, yeah, that's what you remind me of. Are you running multiple Mac Minis or just one? Just one, bro. Autonomous Lobster. I like your name. Can you compare building apps in Claude versus Openclaw? I just burned 50 USD with Openclaw trying to build something that didn't even work, lol. Yeah, I've been through that, man. Beta. I used to build everything through Openclaw, like the system and infrastructure around it, and I quickly realized that is definitely not the best approach, because Openclaw is just like, I think people overestimate Openclaw and its capabilities. You know, it still needs hand holding. It still needs a system in place to be utilized correctly. And I feel like, you know, Claude Code is the winner. You know, Claude Code, I mean, clearly Quen's doing pretty good too, but Codex 5.3, these are the tools that you want to use to build the apps. And then Openclaw is like the thing you want to then, you know, automate certain processes. So the way I look at it is like, if you look at the app factory, for example, we built this entire app factory using Claude Code, right? But then to actually run the app factory, we use Openclaw, because to autonomously get these app AI agents to like work together, we need an orchestrator, and Openclaw is literally perfect for this specific role. Okay. And you know, if you look in the earlier live streams, you can see a lot of frustration with me around Openclaw, because, you know, people think it's just plug and play. People think, yeah, download Openclaw and then it's the best thing in the world. No, there's actually a skill. It's actually a skill to learn how to use your Openclaw correctly. And there is literally a massive skill gap, because a lot of people like me who are non-technical download Openclaw and then realize, and then things break in a few days because the context window is gone. And you're like, okay, shit, like Openclaw is shit. But that's not true at all. It's like, I like to use the example of like getting a diamond pickaxe in Minecraft and then trying to chop a tree with it, trying to collect wood. It's like the same thing. Like, you got Openclaw, which is this diamond pickaxe, and then you're trying to get it to do things which it's not fully, you're using it incorrectly. So what I think to do, kind of like how Apple builds a computer for humans to use, you need to build a system for Openclaw to use. But yeah, if you're trying to figure out how to build apps, just use Claude Code and AI and stuff, man. Don't be using Openclaw. Unless you're doing it like this, where it's as an orchestrator. The product is only as good as the prompt. Yo, Decan, that's deep, bro. That's deep. I love that. I love that. The product is only as good as the prompt. Yo, Besiege, I second that. Base 44 is really good for beginners. Base 44, highly recommend it. How good is the App Factory at integrating AI integrations? I mean, pretty good. You can see here, like, it was able to, you know, even this is AI, right? If I type in something, look at this. In pasta, it's saying I need garlic, okay? So if I type in here garlic, if I go garlic cloves, and then I add it, the fact that it recognized that I said garlic is AI as well. Because, you know, if there was a system that was like, you know, anytime the user says garlic, or anytime the user says, because there's so many different ways to say different things. Pasta sauce could be like tomato paste, olive oil. You could have like avocado oil. Like, there's different kind of things here that the user might not precisely mention or say correctly. So even this is AI. The 28% match, like, it's using AI right now. I just think there's better ways to use it. Run it in the simulator. Okay, also, TestFlight. I pressed the TestFlight button and got this error. Okay, welcome to Pantry Pal. We got the scan and add. Okay, this is a new section. Scan and add barcodes to quickly add items, set expiry dates, smart recipes, auto shopping list, expired or running low. Okay, cool. So now we've got all these. If I press this, scan receipt, scan fridge. So if I press scan receipt, take a photo, and then the emulator doesn't go to photo. Cool. I'm gonna copy you and copy your apps and make money. All right, good night, nose night. I'll compete with you directly, bro. I wouldn't be so sure that that is AI. You can do all those things you mentioned just through code. I would double check if I were you. I mean, that's fair. You can do it through what? Pattern recognition or some shit? But even with the shopping list generator, like the recipe generator, like this is coming through AI as well, just to generate these recipes, right? Fix the server was running a stale version. Okay. Let me give it a screenshot of this. The app factory is not always full screened. So the activity tab looks a bit weird when minimized, when the tab is smaller. Can we optimize for smaller windows? The overall dashboard UI. Most things look good except for this activity feed. So the main thing would be to test it in TestFlight, because that's how we would test out the actual check back in 15 minutes. Is that actually true? Is that right? TestFlight deploys started for Pantry Pal. So I pressed TestFlight. Let me put music back on. So I pressed TestFlight, and I got a notification saying deployed, check back in 15 minutes. However, then what would this be? Xcode popped up with distribute app, which I know I need to do manually, but was not stated when pressing TestFlight button. So I think, do I need to distribute app or not? And please make sure we are providing instructions, short instructions in place. For example, with what I just mentioned. So users do not get stuck in certain areas. Due to not being informed on what to do. Man, I wish I could use Whisperflow in this environment, man. Far out. Alright, if I give this a refresh, I think the UI is fixed. Okay, nice. Looks good. Alright, I'm gonna have a quick piss. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. Done. Refresh the panel. Here's what changed. When you click TestFlight now, a clear guide modal. Okay, also, this is Xcode, right? And also on Xcode, because we are working with a lot of apps, labeling is important. You can see app name is not filled, so it can be confusing when reviewing 5 apps at a time. What upper hand does a software developer have over you who get 8 hours after his job to work on stuff like this? What do you mean? Are you from Australia? Yes, sir, from Sydney. I just watched a dude talk to a computer for 90 minutes. I think I love this field already. Do you use Minimax? What models do you use? Are you on Claude Max plan with Openclaw? Yeah, Claude Max plan mainly is what I'm using for Openclaw. Are most of the apps that it's producing vertical AI tools? I mean, yes and no, it varies. Like some of it is, you can see here, Nurse Shift, a shift planning and earnings tracker built specifically for nurses and healthcare workers. Warranty Vault, where you can literally track like your warranties. Like not everything is AI. Doobie, you should use Echo, allows you to use voice to text better than Whisper Flow in Claude Code and see the output. That's the one that you built, right, Vincent? I'll give it a go. I can't even use voice annotations right now anyway because of the current setup that I've got with screen sharing through my Mac Mini. Like it works in this environment, but it doesn't work through my Mac Mini environment, which is this one. So kind of annoying. I saw the UI, by the way, Vincent. It looks really clean. Yo, guys. Dude. Hey, Vincent, did you vibe code that UI? Like, how'd you build the UI? Because that is clean. Where is it? Dude, look at that. Oi, guys, come on. Vincent did a madness on this, man. Echo, look at Echo. Look at how clean that UI is, man. Where's the website? Dude. Yeah, Vincent. Oh, it's night and day. Dude, this looks freaking sexy, dude. Yo, that's parallax, right? That's what you call that. Dude, that's cool, man. That's freaking cool. Nah, super clean website. I'm not gonna lie. Have you got any customers, Vincent? Any people coming in? Really? Wait, so you're making it free? Dude, that's sick. I read it. Nah, really, really impressive, man. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, if I could build websites that look this sexy, then I would. You know what? I'll download it. I'll give it a crack maybe in one of my other live streams. Shout out Vincent, man. Okay, so going forward, both TestFlight deploy and full deploy will automatically label archives with the real app name, no more generic app entries. Okay. Are we able backtrack and look and rename the apps already added? Ferret Agent will build websites that look exactly like that. Damn. Dude, Vincent, man. Vincent on a roll, for real. And I thought I was cooking with Kiwi. Hey, Decan, man, there'll always be someone above you, man. There's always gonna be someone above you, you know what I mean? I feel like you kind of get that on steroids when you're live streaming. Because you'll be doing shit that you think is cool, and then some guy comes in the chat and they're like, yo, bro, I already built this, and it only took me 10 minutes. And I've been working on it for like 5 days. It's a humbling experience live streaming, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, the other day I was live streaming and I think I had my glasses off, and some guy came in the chat and was like, damn, those glasses cover a lot. I was like, what the fuck? Dude, that shit hurt my soul, man. That shit hurt my core. I was like, well, no way, dude. You're joking. Are we able to backtrack and rename the app already added? Already done. I renamed all 11 archives. Okay. It's not showing though. Not showing. So if I give this a refresh, okay, Xcode might be catching. Let me check what it's actually reading. The P lists are updated, but Xcode is caching. Let me force it to reread. Okay, meeting. Okay, well, these are all meeting memos. Alright, I can close this. If I press TestFlight for Pantry Pal, TestFlight deploy Pantry Pal. This app is being archived. Xcode will open when ready. Click distribute. Select TestFlight and App Store, then click distribute. Wait for upload to finish. Okay, there's another issue now. The wrong app is being shown. So focus lock is down here. You can see that I pressed TestFlight for Pantry Pal, but the Xcode archive label is focus lock. So how does that work? Make sure the right app is being added to Xcode. Distribute and archive when pressing TestFlight button. How do I share screen for my phone? I have this tool. No iOS devices. Download Visor for iOS on the App Store and launch the app on your iOS. Ensure the iOS device is unlocked and connected with the Lightning data cable. to me. Let me hold up one sec. Because we're going to be testing the app on the iPhone and I want you guys to be able to see my screen. Okay. For the optimal experience, enable assistive touch in iOS settings. So allow your mouse to perform touch actions and customize. Okay. Settings. Accessibility. And then goes to touch, assistive touch, and then on. Okay, nice. Got it. Okay, so we should be able to test now. Mouse, click the calibrate button, then click the location of the iOS cursor after it moves. To calibrate your mouse, click the calibrate button, then click the location of the iOS cursor after it moves. Repeat this the prior 2 steps until the calibration is complete. It's not working, dude. I mean, it's alright. I don't need to use it through the app. It's fine. I can just go through here. I have TestFlight, right? Okay. So we got TestFlight here. Oh shit! I was probably meant to see that. Hold on, let me see. If I go and press TestFlight, we got this issue right here. Got this issue. Check memes in the Discord. Uh-oh. Guys, I'm taking orders on this fresh new merch. Only 1 BTC per shirt. The product is only as good as the prompt. Nah, what the again? Bro. Hey, that's fire. I'd buy that shirt. I don't know about you guys. I'd buy that shirt. That's a fire shirt. What are you talking about? You crack me up. Dickhead, you crack me up for real, man. So this looks done. Alright, we don't need to worry about this. Let me terminate. This is running in the background. Want me to try creating it via the API. That means the app hasn't been created in App Store Connect yet. You need to register it there first before you can distribute. It was never created in App Store Connect. Yes. Yes, was never connected. Was never created in App Store connect. The thing is, you need to provide those instructions because users will not know which comes first, just like I did just now. Use iPhone mirroring on Mac OS. Nah, if I use iPhone mirroring, then it actually doesn't let me show like my actual whole screen. So we need like a alternative option like this. Because iPhone mirroring takes over the entire screen, and like the MacBook Pro isn't like the live stream. I can't see the live stream anymore. If that makes sense. Let's see what it said. I see the problem. The script builds the archive locally in the project folders, then opens it, but Xcode Organizer shows whatever product it has last filtered by. The archive also lands in the wrong place. Let me fix the script. Okay, but what was the next thing? You're right, the TestFlight button should check if the app exists in App Store Connect first and guide you through creating it. If it doesn't, let me fix that flow. Okay, cool. That's good. See, these are the little iterations and kinks that we're trying to iron out first. Now update the UI to handle both flows. ASC setup needed versus ready to deploy. Okay. Whoa. Okay, cool. Looks like a reset. Okay, working. Now refresh the dashboard and try clicking TestFlight on Pantry Power. Instead of blindly archiving, it will now show you a setup guide with a link to App Store Connect, the exact name, bundle ID, and SKU to enter. I've done this deploy button to proceed after you created the app. Once you create the app in ASC and click the button, it'll archive and open Xcode with the distribute steps. And we're guessing what to do. All right, let's do that. So you can see right now, we only got Gym Snap Warranty Vault and Snap Measure Pro. So if I go to press this TestFlight button now, it says App Store Connect setup required. Pantry Power needs to be registered in App Store Connect before it can be uploaded to TestFlight. Open App Store, click plus, then new app, fill in new details. Okay. Firstly, this setup, dude, honestly, I'm gonna just have a notepad on my laptop so I can use Whisperflow and then just copy paste it into here. App Store Connect setup required page is outdated and incorrect, because remember, a lot of the metadata is already filled out, and all the user needs to do is really press two buttons, which is distribute. But here it's saying to fill in details and stuff, but I've never had to do that to add a new app to the App Store Connect page, because we've already automated all this stuff. So instead of, I guess, explaining this, we should just link it straight to that page where we can press distribute and then add it to the App Store Connect page. Oh, way faster. Yo, this is my first time here. Welcome, Real Tay. Check out the description if you want like a bit more of an in-depth breakdown on what's kind of happened in the live stream so far. You're right, way too much hand holding. Let me simplify it to just the essentials. Create Pantry Power and App Store Connect. This app has been registered yet. Create it first, then deploy. No, that's wrong. This screen, this screen is also incorrect. We have literally filled out the metadata in Xcode so that the user can literally click on the app, press distribute, and it automatically submits it to the ASC as an app with the correct metadata. Right now, it's just giving me a screen to open up App Store Connect. But it actually needs to give the user the screen to Xcode so they can press distribute and it gets added to the App Store Connect page. We've already done the workflow and built the automations for this, making it super easy for users to literally add the app with all the metadata, all the correct details, including the icons, to App Store Connect. Our TestFlight flow needs to take the user through the same process in order for them to test it on TestFlight. The only difference is now, instead of the user pressing submit for review on the App Store Connect, we're just adding it to App Store Connect as an app so the user can then test it on TestFlight. I probably should have started a new terminal. I feel like this one's a bit dead. You're absolutely right. Xcode's distribute handles creating the app in ASC automatically. A check is unnecessary and just gets in the way. Let me remove it and always go straight to archive plus distribute. It's gonna auto compact any second now. Please. If it auto compacts, it takes ages. Come on. Alright, done. Save conversation. Session in this terminal. We'll restart your context. How do you give access to other people to test on TestFlight when you have an app ready for testing and feedback? That's a good question that I don't know the answer to right now, as this is actually quite new to me as well. So we're going to figure that out, hopefully, later in the live stream. when we test our first app. I've connected my phone right here so you can kind of see what's going on. Oh no, we didn't make it in time. Okay, so if I was to test this now, this is the main issue that we're having right now. Okay. It's a bit annoying. This is a cool beat. Man, the conversation compacting takes so long. Just trying to avoid this. Messed up me. Alright, cool, it worked. Based on the session summary, all tasks were completed. The one thing flagged was ensuring the server is running the latest code after all the changes. Let me verify that. Okay. Okay. We keep running into this error. Why isn't the Xcode able to locate the bundle identifier for Pantry Pal? We know that we've got it because the simulator is working perfectly. So can you please debug and look into why we're getting this error? Let me dig into this. The simulator works because it uses a debug build, but archiving for TestFlight uses a release build with code signing. That's where the disconnect likely is. Okay. Okay. Let me look into this more carefully. The error failed to locate app with bundle identifier is typically a code signing Apple developer portal issue, not a project configuration issue. Let me verify. Okay. It's taking its time. Kind of stalemated while it's doing this, to be honest. Hey Grant, hey man, great stuff going on. What's your IG? You should. It's in the description, first link. What up, Morcant? How you doing, brother? Do you have a place where I can learn how to set up a multi-agent team that codes apps like the agent team you have going on screen right now? I mean, it's not like a full in-depth guide, step by step, but like my most recent YouTube video. Like if you were to just, like I feel like I give advice in these two sections. This one teaches you about the file setup for Openclaw. This one teaches you about using AI to build the system for your Openclaw to operate inside of. So, you know, these two videos are good. On top of that, you can always copy the transcripts, add it to your AI and just be like, yo, what's this guy talking about? And can you explain it to me like I'm 5 years old? You know, there's no shame in doing that. That's what I like to do. Are you on the max $100 plan or 200? We're on the $200 plan, I think. I think we're a double max plan right now. On top of that, we're also using OpenRouter for Openclaw. What happened to Sheldon? Sheldon's still here. He's kicking. He's right here. Yeah, he's right here. Sheldon's still kicking. Damn, we hit 6K. Let's go. We hit 6K. Yo. Let's go. Man, we're moving so quick right now. We're at a 6-1. Dude, channel's growing fast, man. I'm not gonna lie. I can't keep up. Yo. Yeah, dude. Growing real fast. Also, for anyone interested, I've been doing this kind of every stream. Actually, hold on. Let me do this real quick. What's the issue? You only have an Apple developer certificate, which is why the simulator works perfectly, but to distribute to TestFlight app store, you need an Apple distribution certificate, and you don't have one. Here's the fix. It takes about 30 seconds in Xcode. Open Xcode settings, go to accounts. All right, give me a sec. Let me fix this. Go to Xcode settings. Go to accounts. Select your Apple ID team. Dude, I keep having to add my account. The account is not even showing. This is the third time I have had to add my Apple account. Can we confirm that nothing in the system is resetting Xcode? Ideally, we put account details in once and we can set and forget. Yeah, I keep having to add my account back in, man. Okay, I think we're good. Factory is clean. This isn't caused by Sheldon. This is known Xcode behavior. It stores your Apple through macOS internet accounts, and session tokens expire periodically. If you don't open Xcode GUI regularly, the account silently disappears. Okay, now update this archive step to use the API key auth so it can auto manage signing without needing Xcode's account. Okay. Damn, 6.1k only says 6,010 for me. Interesting. Maybe it updates on mine faster. Did you ever run into the bug where OpenRouter sends to Codex instead of Gemini or Opus? No, I haven't. I haven't run into that issue yet. Also, how are you protecting .env files, if any, from Openclaw agents? Not really sure. Like, what is your reasoning for wanting to protect them? Is it because is it because of security reasons for other users being able to access Openclaw? Because right now we run through Tailscale, so it's a private server. But yeah, like all we've done is prompt Claude Code to build this system to plug Openclaw inside of. I'm pretty sure Openclaw doesn't even handle the like submissions and stuff and the keys. It's all through these sub AI agents that it orchestrates. So technically it doesn't even need access to the .env files. How's Sheldon holding up? Yeah, he's doing good, man. He's doing good. He's coming along. No, if it reads those .env files, it will send the contents within the prompt to LLM models. You should require sudo to view env files. Okay. Noted. Noted. Here is the summary. Root cause, you're missing an Apple distribution certificate. Just added it. In there. That's the piece that was missing. Once that's done. Done. Is in place, you're all set. TestFlight deploys will work now for all your factory apps. Try hitting the TestFlight button for Pantry Pal again. All right, let's do this. What's this? Fifth time? Fifth time's a charm. Where is it? Is it loading? It popped up like this. What's the access key, distribution divi key? Nice. We're in. So I press distribute app, App Store Connect. Oh, so I can pick internal, TestFlight internal only. Nice. So press distribute and gave me the option for TestFlight internal. Is that correct? Rather than ASC submit. App record creation error. Oh, interesting. So the app's already in use. So if I go previous, Pantry Power Pro. Sometimes we get an error when submitting an app. When submitting an app due to the name already being taken for the app. So in future, is there an extra step we can take in the app naming process to verify if the name is taken already? Yo! Select, wait for, okay, got it. Now what? So if we go to App Store Connect, go to Apps, Pantry Power Pro, hang on a second. Again, it's not submitted correctly with the icon and anything. Pantry Power was submitted to the App Store Connect, but I noticed the icon wasn't showing and the metadata wasn't showing either. This was after selecting internal TestFlight access or whatever that was after distribution button. Ideally, like if it's gonna go to App Store Connect anyway, we might as well give it all the metadata and icons and stuff, you know what I mean? So once we test it on TestFlight and everything's good to go, we can just submit it. Also, it doesn't really guide the user on what the next steps are. I've distributed it with the TestFlight thing, but now what? How do I actually find it on my TestFlight? I feel like we need more guidance in that area. Interesting. If your agent lists the directory files to see the project structure, it may see the .env files as be like, oh, let me check what is already configured for env files, and voila, you leaked your API keys. Interesting. So MDS Zilla, you still there? How does I guess what I'm confused about is like, how does the API key get leaked if your AI agent sees it? Because at the end of the day, isn't that just your personal AI agent? Like, how is that a leak? Does that make sense? Your revenue is from how many apps shipped, as is it MRR or total revenue? It's just total revenue, not MRR. You can read the description if you want to in-depth. How do you plan to upgrade your app factory? I mean, you can see me doing it right now, right? Like every single prompt I put into this is essentially upgrading the app factory. And I plan to, you know, add automated marketing and make it more clean and functional. Right now we can see like there's so many prompts I'm adding to iterate and make this tool better. Maybe I gotta give it a refresh. Alright, let's try this again. Your AI agent is sending it to Claude or whatever AI model you are using. If they are using your data to train their model, your API key will be stored as well, or your requests could be intercepted. Yeah, okay. So it is essentially a leakage. OpenRouter also intercepts and logs that data, I believe, so it goes to them too. All you gotta do is add your .env to Claude ignore. OpenRouter intercepts and logs the data, but you can opt out. Does Openclaw respect Claude ignore though? I'm still trying to figure out how to stop Openclaw sub-agents from reading it. Interesting. Let me know if you find out a reliable method, MDZilla. Redundant binary upload. You've already uploaded a build with number 2 for version number 1. Make sure you increment the build string before you upload your app store. Okay. Got this error with latest. Try. Make sure it checks to see if we already have an app in ASC and updates it rather than providing a completely new build. Also, when testing TestFlight, does the pop-up always look the same? Sometimes my app might already be in ASC. Should we check for that? You can create a claw ignore, but Openclaw already follows your standard development ignore files like git ignore or docker ignore or claude ignore. Okay, good to know. Man, getting closer and closer. Okay, now it's got a... Okay, now let's try this again. A bit more smarter of a pop-up pops up now. So if I press TestFlight, is Xcode gonna pop up or? I'll wait a minute and see. All right, let me try this again. TestFlight is not popping up now. It's not showing. The Xcode auto pop-up for distribute is no longer coming. It's no longer showing. I give it another minute, maybe it's a bit slower. Yeah. No, it's not popping up. All right, let me send it. Ah, there it is. Just popped up, all good. I think the pop-up window when pressing TestFlight could have a load icon showing 0 to 100% so users can see that it's building in background, rather than wonder why it's taking so long. Alright, let's press distribute, internal. Is this gonna work? Please work, please work. Uploading, completing upload. All right, cool, it worked. Done. Wait for upload to finish. Wait 15 minutes for Apple to process the build. Open the TestFlight app on your iPhone. Tap update to get the latest build. So if I was to go in now to TestFlight, Dev has to invite you to test one of their TestFlight apps. To accept an invitation, tap on the link in the email or enter the redemption code. I have TestFlight. installed on my iPhone, it says before you can start developing, I need to receive an invite or enter a code. Open your app, TestFlight tab, click internal testing. All right, let me do this setup. App Store Connect. Click the internal testing. Internal testing in the sidebar. Okay, I think I got it. All right. Instead of can we automate that step instead of me having to create groups manually? Can it just auto add my developer/admin email to all apps? All right, let's see. Did it get sent? Let me just double check. Why is it not showing? I think it needs to wait up to 15 minutes. I checked and nothing is showing. Yeah, it's still not showing. To accept an invitation, tap on the link in the email. How do I... Okay. Let me see. I think I know what I need to do. Thing is, my iCloud email is like... I never check that shit. Showing in my emails. I think I need to add. I mean, my iCloud is in here. Your subscription, no. Okay, this is not TestFlight. Okay, I found it. Updates. Doobie has invited you. All right. Okay, I got my code. I got it. J. Yo, we got it. I think we got it to work. Alright. Let's go. Alright, we got it on my iPhone. Welcome to Pantry Power. Know what's in your kitchen? Track groceries, reduce waste, and never forget what you have. Scan and add, smart recipes, auto shopping lists, get started. Allow. Okay, now, scan receipt, take a photo. Allow. Is this gonna actually work? Hold on, let me see if I got a receipt available. Alright, I got a receipt here. Analyze, no items found. Alright, let's try this again. Try again. Dude. Come on. Let's take a photo of this. Protein cereal, let's go. Yes, sir. It's not working though. Let's look at. Where did it save? I think it might be in images. No. Put it here. It could be saving inside of. No. It's not saving here. And this is the pain of having like 3 different setups. Hold up. Where is it saving? Where are my screenshots saving? Oh, there it is. Alright, we can see here. Can we add this in here? Cool. And then we go to analyze. And you can see this happens. So now where did that save? Is it this one? No. Let me take it again. Okay, we've got this one here now, which I can bring in here. We've got images, I can bring it in here. Alright, cool. And I can also bring this one. I got Pantry Pal tested on the. I got Pantry Pal working on TestFlight. However, the actual receipt scanner isn't working. Review the screenshots. You can see I added my receipt and it wasn't able to scan. I have tried 3-4 times now. Haha, no way, I've done a receipt reading software. You need to ask the AI to create an OCR process that takes the image, breaks into chunks to read it all and collect the data. OCR process, okay. Alright. If it's not able to debug it, I'll direct it using that. Appreciate you, Drew. Also, welcome to the stream, man. Long time no see. How do I get Sheldon? That looks sick. Sheldon, the autonomous app factory, also named after my Openclaw, will be available eventually. But we're just iterating and making sure. Oh, the AI isn't even connected. Let me look at the scanner and Gemini service to find the issue. See the problem? Let me test the API directly to confirm. That's the issue. Doesn't exist. The API returns 404 for every request. Let me find the right model name. Found it. The model should be Gemini 2.5 Flash. Yes. Okay. Cool. Now, do I need to update the app and redo this whole thing over again? Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick piss. Give me 1 sec. So the root cause was that we were using the wrong Gemini. So, all right, so we got a new build. Hit the TestFlight in the dashboard to deploy. Can we make sure all iterations made? Oh, actually, let's do this. Save this conversation. I want to reset context. Okay, cool. We got this working now, which is nice. Optical character recognition. Let's see. I mean, first of all, it wasn't connected to the Gemini Flash properly, so we'll fix that first, and then if that doesn't work, we'll be able to see, is this good? Okay, complete. Build Pantry Power. So that was a bit confusing. It hit 100% and wasn't fully ready yet. All right, come on. Is this about to hit the auto compact? Wait, so you have $50 right now, you can have all my code. Funny guy. Wait, so you have Claude code as a separate agent other than your Openclaw agents? Yes. You should watch my latest video. I break it down, man. Yeah, if you want an in-depth as to why my setup is the way it is, watch this video. But I'm using Claude code to fix iterations because I don't want to waste my Openclaw's context window. Claude Code is building the system that my Openclaw plugs into. Okay, let me close this. Let me minimize this for a second. Sheldon right here. I will open new terminal. Claude. I want to start where we left off. Also says one MCP failed. Look into that. So now distribute app. Okay, so cool. Distribute. Hold up. Dangerously skip. Want to start where we left off. Also look at what the failed MCP is. Alright, cool. This is done. Can close this. This can move over here. Now, does it auto update? So if I was to close my TestFlight, alright, cool. On my mobile device, update. What's the max amount of agents you've ran at a time? 11. Alright, we updated Pantry Pal. Now, let's look at this shit. Do American receipts look different, by the way? Alright, let's try this. Hey, let's go. So is this accurate? We got extra virgin oil. We got chicken breast. We got sugar-free energy drink. Energized iced coffee. We got the beef burger grass-fed extra lean pack. Choc peanut butter bar. Chocolate peanut choc chip cookie. Damn, you guys seeing how fat I am. Milo protein cereal. We got that. We got the melt cheese slices. Yeah, I was making cheeseburgers with my girlfriend the other night, as you guys can see. And then we got the brioche buns. It added it perfectly. This is great. It worked. So add 10 items to pantry. Boom. Let's go. So now I can just swipe side, delete shopping list, or add to shopping list. Recipes, generate recipes. There needs to be a cheeseburger recipe that pops up because these are all burger suppliers. So if we don't have a cheeseburger recipe pop up, we know that this is kind of not working properly. So let's see. Yeah, no OCR needed. Gemini Flash is a beast, man. I'm telling you. Yo! Yes! Yo, what the hell? Dude, they get this pulling up recipes I didn't even know existed, man. Milo crusted chicken cutlets. What the that doesn't sound appealing at all. Pan-seared chicken fillets. Dude, it came up with the classic beef burger cheeseburgers. And in my pantry, you can see, like, I've got burger ingredients because we made the burgers over the weekend. So it was able to identify that we've got that. So if I click on this, oh, yeah, I would use this app, you know. All right, cool. We're not just creating AI slop anymore. Let's go. All right, cool. This is very, 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 very impressive. Now, I want to look at the monetization. 7 days left in your free trial. So if I was to check this tomorrow, then we're assuming that everything's good, right? The other thing is the expiry dates. It's not fully showing expire. So maybe, because we're using Gemini Flash, we might as well, like, I guess, based on its own verdict. Don't people usually buy ingredients after they have an idea of a recipe? That's true, but what this is kind of catering for is once you've already got the ingredients, it'll tell you, like, let's say you've built the cheeseburger, but you've got a beef patty left, and you've got some cheese left, and if you've got, like, all these other ingredients from your last recipe, it's going to tell you, like, okay, with these remaining leftovers, you can actually build this. You know what I mean? Nose Knight, this is AI slop. The pinnacle. Final boss. Perfect app is working perfectly. Dude, this is perfect. I think another one would be like, we've tested the receipt functionality. In terms of, like, the free trial, I'm just wondering, does this actually cover costs, you know? So we got Gemini Flash to run a few times for the receipt and AI recipes. Are we able to see how many tokens that used and what our costs are? Because, and make sure it aligns with our pricing. Does it understand you won't use 1 liter of oil for your burgers? That's a good question. So if we go to recipes, extra virgin olive oil, 1 liter. Heat a drizzle of extra virgin olive oil in a pan over medium heat. So I think what it's done here is it's actually just copy pasted whatever this ingredient is at the top and just added it here. I'm curious what this Milo crusted chicken cutlets is, man. Place a portion of Milo protein cereal in a shallow dish and crush it slightly to create crumbs with the back of a spoon. Pat chicken bulk breast fillets dry. Dredge each chicken fillet through. Oh, what? Dude, that's cool. While patties are cooking, lightly toast the brioche burger buns in a separate dry pan. Yo, assemble the burgers. This is cool, man. I'm really impressed. Bro, what's the app name? It's called Pantry Power Pro. Okay, let's look here. Good question. Let me check the Gemini calls are set up and figure out the cost math. Okay. Okay, so 1 million tokens, which with what each feature costs per use: 400 tokens text plus 250 image, 500 tokens, less than a cent. Okay, dude, your app charges a heavy user doing 10 scans plus 10 generations per day would cost you $1.80 a month. That's a heavy user. And we are charging, what, $3 or something? So $3 a month, you're keeping $1 to $2.70 profit per user. Even with heavy usage, the margins are very healthy. Okay. I mean, I feel like, yeah, you know what? I'm happy. It would eat into margins, but realistic Pantry Pal, pantry scanning isn't the kind of thing people spam. You're in good shape. I think let's add per user rate limiting as a safety net. Across all our apps. We consider what a heavy user would use, and 2x that would be the rate limit, I think. Is a bit, bro, what's the app name? Pantry Power. That recipe is only if the cereal is unflavored flakes. Yeah, that's true. Because it would be nice if it would keep track of used stuff for the ingredients, so it would understand it's 1 liter of oil and removes X amount from it, keeping track in the app. That would be nice, but I feel like that's, again, overcomplicating it. Like, I think there should be a level of user management, because think about like all the stuff you're going to not use this app for. Like that cereal that I have, I'm just going to be eating that every day, right? So it's going to be hard for the app to track that. And so I feel like there needs to be a level of user manual kind of come in and test, like, okay, I've actually finished this cereal, let me remove it. Or let me like quickly swipe right and add it to the app store. I mean, not app store, add it to my shopping list. As you can see here, if I go here and I swipe on the right here, add to shopping list is, oh, I've noticed it's quite hard to get. It's quite sensitive. I noticed when swiping right, swiping left. Wait, does swiping right do anything? Lets you edit. Okay. I noticed when swiping left, the shopping cart icon made it difficult, had a very small frame of recognition, and it would delete on accident a lot of the times before allowing me to save the shopping list. I feel like we need to add more leeway with these I guess buttons, especially when tightly packed like that. Please iterate and make sure this rule applies across all future app factory builds. Should make the expiry dynamic. The olive oil doesn't expire in 7 days, especially 1 liter. That's a good point. Let me add that. Also, the expiry date can also use Gemini Flash for dynamic results. So after scanning the receipt, I noticed it by default sets the expiry to 1 week, but we should have it be dynamic. For example, olive oil does not expire for ages, etc. Gemini Flash can be used to add a conservative estimate, and I think we should also let users know that, hey, this is just an estimate. Always check the package for official results. And this feature should only be used if the user does not add expiry themselves. Made my first 6K with an app that literally flips a realistic coin. Stop overthinking it. Yo, Eric Brady, facts, man. Facts. Dude, I made this tweet the other day, and it's kind of funny because it's literally this one. When you think your app has 0% chance to make money, remember this. An app that claims to make you taller makes 90K a month. Build the damn thing. Like, that's insane. A taller, maximize your height. Like, think of all the little kids that are buying this shit. Like, yeah, bro, you can gain 3 whole inches of height if you do this certain exercise every single day. I promise, bro. I promise. Pay me money, bro. Pay me your money, bro. Send me your money. Send me your details. Send me your mom's credit card. It's kind of funny. Funny business model. Bit unethical, but hey, game's game, I guess. It makes sense to have a documents section in the app factory where you can kind of read through. Where did you check those revenue numbers? You can look it up on Sensor Tower. This place. You can look at app revenue and stuff. app.sensortower.com. 7-day trending apps. Adding melody to your voice. There you go. Audio note. You can see a lot of audio kind of apps trending right now. Swing sound golf. Jot, not, scan, and sign pack. Yeah, there you go. Really happy with how Pantry Power turned out. All in all though, I'm saying this is a huge success. The app has turned out way better than my expectations. Like the fact that the autonomous app factory was able to build this, like the UI is clean, man. Look at this. Even at the bottom, you've got glass morphism. Like, it's got a nice green and beige tinge. Like, it's very welcoming. The AI connected seamlessly, was able to generate recipes. I pressed the refresh button. It even thought of the fact that I could add the same item to the shopping list. Or maybe I could delete the item. Like, this swiping function is very natural feeling, you know? I'm really impressed. Like, super impressed. The fact that the autonomous app factory was able to come up with this. It's even got privacy policies, terms of service. Dude, yeah, it's got expiring soon items, expiry alerts enabled, like, to bring users back to the app. Like, this is freaking well made, man. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really impressed. It came up with a 7-day app trial, so users can use the AI function without having to pay to start, fall in love with the app, and then, hang on a second, I can't generate an AI recipe anymore? Come up with the yearly thing. Even the AI recipes themselves, like being able to come up on here, and it's giving me instructions on how to cook my freaking food, dude. Like, this is freaking good. I'm really impressed. Really, really impressed, man. I'm really happy with the way this app has turned out. I will say the logo though. Jeez, what is that? Disgusting. Absolutely horrendous logo, but hey. I'm not gonna lie though, Pantry Power looks ready to go into the App Store for submission. Is that just me? Is it that easy? I feel like we've done it. Only thing I want to change is the logo, but I think we got our first app submission, guys. Will be really interesting to see like the marketing side of things. I'm actually really excited to start working on that as well. And you know, I'm okay with this being a situation where 90% of the app is complete, and then maybe as a tester, I gotta come in there and do 10% of prompting to Claude Code to really make the app better, or maybe there's like an error or something, you know? I'm fine with that. Because if the bulk of the app is already built, I'm happy to just come in and press a few buttons, man. Like, you know, obviously ideally if the app is completely finalized and ready to build, great. But if I need to come in and prompt it a little bit, then I'm fine with that too. Like, I actually want to test Plant Pulse next. I got a plant behind me. We'll be able to test. Speaking of, I haven't watered it in a while. Give me a second. Let me water this plant. Gotta remember to water my plants. That could be part of Plant Pulse. And I hope they've already integrated it where it reminds the person to water the plants. Because I'm not gonna lie, I always forget to water my plants. You should add a taste agent that makes opinionated branding / themes for your apps. That's smart. That's a good idea. Taste agent. I like that. Okay, it's rebuilding Pantry Pal. You know what would be cool, Kevin? If the taste agent had a specific set of rules, and so every single app we produced actually looks like it's made from the same company. Like all the branding and stuff all looks very similar. Maybe they all even use the same mascot. And so we kind of create this empire. And maybe the marketing could just be like all through the one mascot. I don't know. That would kind of make things easier. Build verified, clean, no compilation errors. Okay, cool. So do I need to press TestFlight again to test and update, or like brand guidelines? Yeah. Marketing through one empire will confuse the marketing platforms as who your audience is. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Like, even though that is the easier alternative, I feel like the results will be quite drastically lower. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense to more have like maybe a fitness brand and like maybe a productivity brand and a cooking brand, and you know what I mean? And then you post apps for those specific niches within that account. Since each app may have different target audiences, all going through one account is a lot of noise. Yeah. Yo, MSDzilla, what do you think of that idea though? Instead of like each app having its own account, we have niches, right, for each account, where it's like, you know, fitness, etc. And then we post those apps specifically to those niches. What do you think? I feel like that would work. Obviously not the most ideal, but that would actually give us like 80% of the results. You know what I mean? TestFlight. Alright, let's do this one more time. Another thing that's kinda annoying is when I press TestFlight, the loading is great. Loading bar is great, but it hits 100% before the build is complete. It should only hit 100% if the build is finished and ready to go to next steps. But I think it's because it's based off the phases, but 100% is there equals nothing left to do next step. Final phase should stop, should be 90%. You get me? Totally get it. 100% would mean done. Let me find where that progress bar lives. All right, cool. Third update. It's taking me to the wrong TestFlight. what to do with this. I'm not gonna lie. It took me to the wrong section in the TestFlight. Took me to the app instead of the archived distribute section. Let me just check. If I go on TestFlight, yeah, there's no update. Oh, there is an update section. However, I'm looking at TestFlight and I can see there is an update for Pantry Pal without me having to distribute. So you can auto update the apps yourself. I'm confused. Thought I needed to manually distribute in order for the apps to update. And if they auto update, then is this section outdated? Because that would mean the user, once added to a App Store Connect the first time, wouldn't need to go through these steps again for a simple update. No? I don't know, maybe I'm looking at it differently. Started my bot today, thanks Doobs. All good, choir Q. Good luck. Niche-based account will work. Actually should work better than app-specific accounts because you'll be able to tell people of the same niche about apps they wanted but didn't know existed. By the way, who's prompting Openclaw Orchestrator to tell him which apps to build next? Haven't seen your video yet because I'm here. So Orchestrator, so Openclaw just has cron jobs running. And you can see the 8 a.m. run completed fine, running the 10 a.m. iteration now. And all he has is a single script just telling him as an orchestrator what he does and how the app factory operates. So he kind of just prompts himself like with the cron jobs running. Let's see what it replied with. Great catch. You're right on both counts. Let me check the deploy script to confirm what's happening. Now I see the full picture. The script auto uploads successfully and only falls back to manual Xcode organizer if those fail. But the UI always shows the manual instructions regardless. The manual flag exists, but the instructions show either way. Let me fix the overlay so it shows the right thing based on whether the upload was automatic or manual. Now I see it clearly. The auto upload works fine. The build goes straight to TestFlight, but the UI always shows the distribute and Xcode manual steps. Okay, cool. So now it's going to show that it auto updated, which is what happens now. The overlay shows uploaded to TestFlight in green. Just 3 simple steps. Wait 15 minutes, open TestFlight, tap update. No more Xcode distribution instructions. When auto upload fails, it'll show the full Xcode manual steps. Perfect. All right, now let's test this latest version of Pantry Pal. All right, I'm gonna delete everything. Okay, this is annoying, but hey. I think anything list-based should have a mass delete option. I think anything list-based should have a mass delete option, so users aren't tediously trying to delete all apps in all listings one by one. For example, in Pantry Pal, you'd probably delete your groceries every week. Need that process to feel smooth. Fix and add these optimization inefficiency logic to the app factory. Cool, and you got Openclaw all set up using Claude Code? Yes, sir. What is Sheldon? Sheldon is my Openclaw agent it's named after this app factory. Will you upload the app factory? If yes, for free, or will you sell it? Most likely I'll be selling it. Doesn't really make sense for me to upload this for free, to be honest. And I'll probably, if I do sell it, it'll probably be in batches, and I'll only let like a certain amount of people use it because it feels like a super powerful tool. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really make sense for me to, one, make it free so everyone can spam the app store, and two, make it available for a large amount of people. So it'll probably be a small group that initially uses it, and it will be paid, most likely. That's kind of the approach I'm thinking, only because like this is quite a powerful tool, man. And I'm not gonna release it until I'm like completely happy with it. As you can see just through this live stream, there's been so many times where I'm running through issues or whatever. Like, it's not the cleanest experience yet. Let me add the so first link in the description. Hold up. I'll add a early sign up if you guys are interested. Yeah, done. I've added it. I'll build the app factory and charge less than Doobie. Anyone want it? Fuck you, Nose Knight. Took time and effort to develop that. Makes sense. Yeah, but even that, even on top of the fact that it took time and effort to develop, it's more because I want to maintain that edge, right? Like if a small group of people are using it, then there will be an edge for that small group of people. You know what I mean? But if it's available for anyone and everyone, that basically what I spent time building is completely gone because everyone's got the same edge now. You know what I mean? I'm building that edge. Kind of like if you look at crypto trading or stock market trading or poly market trading or, you know, prediction market trading, like the people who build the profitable bots, it's not very publicly available because if it was publicly available, it's no longer going to be profitable. Does that make sense? Build past, here's what was added. Okay, so it's already built. So if I was to go to TestFlight again, I can update it. Dude, I love how easy this is. I can just update TestFlight and then go here, delete. Where's the delete all section? All right, now let's scan this receipt again. I put my mail in it. Don't you dare newsletter me. I won't, don't worry. I don't even have a newsletter. I missed this if you covered it. How do you work through UI design? I mean, I haven't really covered it, but I don't know. It's kind of tricky. Do you like my UI designs? Because I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty random how I come up with it. Like, there's no real system or anything. I don't personally think I'm the best, but can I plug in my portfolio website, lol? Yeah, go for it. It doesn't really send on chat, but if you drop it in the Discord, I can open it up and show everyone if you want. Just chuck it in the show off channel. Yo. All right, check this out. Expiry dates are AI estimates. Always check the package for official dates. Nice. 2 days, 3 days, 90 days, 5 days. Yeah, this looks good. Nice. You can see fresh and then expiring soon. Cool. I'm pretty happy with this, man. I think let's test deploying now. Okay, so I tested Pantry Power and I love it. How do I submit for reviews now? I did notice that the screenshots were missing. I did notice the screenshots were missing in the metadata. Can we make sure we are sharing the screenshots / screens for this section? Also, how was the icon generated? Can you share me what prompt / workflow we are using? Because I want to improve, not too happy with current AI icon gens for the app. Can you also verify if we can use, is it Apple Orchestrator? Apple Icon Composer. If we can use Apple's Icon Composer to enhance the icons. Let's see. Discord link invalid. I'll shoot you guys another one. Done. Should be fixed. I'm also not coming up with a system, but I'm getting screens from places like Mobin to give to the AI to get inspiration. That's what I've been doing as well. I personally think the future is like really focusing on one app and honing in on it and creating visuals with things like Higgsfield or Midjourney to elevate the experience for the users. I agree. I think at the end of the day, the best app in that niche is always going to float to the top. And what my goal is with the app factory is there are so many niches and so many micro kind of areas that aren't really covered by apps. So my app factory is trying to spread a net. And then what I think would be cool is it would be cool to see, okay, out of the 100 apps that we've deployed, these 5 apps are gaining a lot of traction. let's double down on them. You know what I mean? What Mac Mini spec did you get and how are you logging into it? Mac Mini spec, it's like the cheapest one. It was like $1,000, whatever it was. Link is still invalid for me. Do you have like a new Discord account or something? Because we have pretty strict like moderation to join. Like, is this you? Nah, this can't be you. I don't know why the link's invalid. What's the accent Aussie? The one in bio works? Okay, cool. I'll be sure to use that one more often then. It's weird that it didn't work. Yes, I'm Aussie. Jellyfangs. Sounds like an Aussie username. If this app has receipt scanning and other trends, isn't one angle to store the receipt data and sell to advertisers? Kinda like Fetch. That's interesting angle for sure. And maybe we can grow to that. But I guess for now, we're just trying to really be consumer facing, you know? Maybe in the future, we can definitely store that data, but yeah. Gotcha. And how are you accessing it? Screen share. So you can see right here, we got screen sharing software. And this is built into the Mac, by the way. So my MacBook Pro seamlessly syncs to this screen sharing. So I'm able to control it through my MacBook Pro. All right, let's see what it's saying here. Let me check Apple's Composer, why they're missing. This factory captures screenshots automatically during deploy, but the upload to App Store isn't wired into the pipeline yet. It's just not called during the deploy. Fix the gap. Please wire up screenshots, show you current Pantry Power icon so you can tell me what to improve. Please fix both. Current Pantry Power icon generation, current work. Your current generator takes the app, the exact prompt. Create a professional iOS app icon for Pantry Pal. This is a description. Central element. Style. Please fix both. Current Pantry Pal icon doesn't even match the niche. Icon is the app's new liquid glass style. It's GUI only, no CLI for scripting support, so it can be automated. So it can't be automated. Okay, fair enough. I think ideally the prompt should be you give the nano banana I think okay, I need to use Whisperflow. The prompt should be you giving Nano Banana Pro 2 on Google a more, I guess, descriptive input on the icon itself. Because these image generation tools, they're not that good at ambiguous tasks. So if you say this is the app and this is the description of the app, create an icon, it's not going to come up with the best icon. But if you give it the prompt, like because you know what the app is and you know what the description is, you can write a prompt and say, create an iOS app of a chef hat for Pantry Pal. No text or whatever. Like you can give a very descriptive prompt based off of your own knowledge of the app. I think that paired with the fact that we specifically use only Google's Nano Banana image generation. I'm noticing sometimes you don't use Nano Banana. We need to hard code, so we always use Nano Banana. All right, let's feed this. I'm not running LLM locally. You want the M4 Pro Mac Mini for the fast RAM to run LLM. Always look at the memory speed. Yeah, not running locally though, so it's alright. This is just purely for my Openclaws to run like this app factory. So it's fine. Let me read the current icon script and figure out the exact model situation. Check how the screenshot, then we check screenshot and how it captures screenshots. Okay, cool. Because right now, the apps are coming out nice, but we're not getting screenshots for the metadata, and we're not getting a cool icon. Like, these are areas that I don't really want to be focusing on, you know? These are kind of like low value areas that the AI can just figure it out. I don't need to come up with an app icon. I don't need to show screenshots, and I don't need to show like all this description. Obviously it helps, but like these are areas that I don't think are as important, especially when mass delivering apps. So I want to really optimize the AI to get good at these areas. Of course they're important, you know, we wouldn't be working on it if they aren't, but I just don't want to have to put my time towards working on it, if that makes sense. Thank God I have my gaming PC with 64 gigabytes of RAM. I mostly use that for my agents. I want to upgrade from my M4 MacBook Pro with only 18 gigabytes of RAM, or maybe I just get a powerful Mac Mini to remote it. Is the OCR running locally on the smartphone? Also, do you think I have to use Claude Code GPT Codex 5, or am I fine using Openclaw for programming for now? Building my first website right now. I mean, what are you using Openclaw with, you know? Are you using Openclaw with Claude Code or Gemini? You know, you don't have to. Obviously, you can do what you want. But just know that, like, if you plan to use your Openclaw for other things, like personal assistant, maybe you want to use it for content generation, like, just know that the context is going to be taken up every time you use it for something. So you want to be very specific with what you want to use it for. Otherwise, yeah, chances are it'll stop being useful for you because the context is going to fill up. Because if, let's say you make it build the website, Qwen 3.5 full size, yeah, that's perfect. That's fine. That honestly, that's probably better than Claude Code and Opus right now. Are you going to supercharge the app factory with any MCPs, APIs in the future? Yep, 100%. That's the plan. I want it to be plug and play for everyone. Where do you host Openclaw? Just within my own Mac Mini locally. It just needs an environment to work inside of, you know? It doesn't need anything crazy. No, I want to create websites and apps. Thank you for the context tip. All good, bro. Yeah, just be real careful with the context. If you know that if your Openclaw starts acting sluggish or weird, just know it's because the context is probably being overused or something. All right, let's see this latest workflow. I think the Claude Code's done now. Icon generated, let me show it to you. There's the new Pantry. Hard-coded to Nano Banana 2, 3.1 flash image preview. No more cycling through random models. New fourth argument. icon prompt, a specific descriptive prompt crafted by the agent who knows the app. Deploy scripts now. Okay, cool. Want me to tweak the icon prompt and regenerate, or does this look good to deploy? Regenerate with the descriptive prompt, chef hat plus green leaf on sage gradient. Both deploy scripts now copy screenshots. All right, let's have a look at this icon. Pantry Pal app, metadata, wrong one. App icon. Hey, that looks way better. These look better. However, I think prompt and icon colors should be based off the UI. So for example, UI is beige with soft green. So our icons for Pantry Pal should also utilize these colors and etc. alongside the other apps. Please update prompt for icon and any iterations made to app factory loop. Hey bro, it's Dimitri. I'm the dude that tagged along with you in Briz Vegas for Travis Scott. Yo, Dimitri, what up? How we doing, bro? How'd you find me? What's going on? Dude, that's so funny. How'd you find me? Did I just pop up on your algorithm or what's the go? Hope you've been well, by the way, man. Hope your business is flourishing. You're working in AI space as well, right? All right, let's double check the Pantry Power icon. We'll be able to suss out. Cream to sage gradient matching the app's UI. Now regenerate. Okay, so I think it regenerated. Let's just double check. I mean, it's all right. It's better. It's about as good. I mean, I don't love it, but it's a huge improvement from where we were. So let's leave it at that. Closing in on 4 hours on the live stream, man. Time is kind of flying, not gonna lie. Deploy to TestFlight. Alright, let's test this out one more time. Latest update. What am I doing? TestFlight. Just had a brain fart. Time flies when you're having fun vibe coding. Are you gonna open source Sheldon? No, I'm not. It won't be open source, unfortunately. How else am I gonna hit my goal, man? How else am I gonna hit my 100K goal? How good do you think your vibe coding experience would be if you stacked Adderall and Semax together for a long sesh? I mean, definitely way better. That's for sure. Like if I was pumping out 8-hour sessions, like Dioburn, I think his name is. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Dioburn does vibe coding until I make $1 billion. Or he says vibe coding 8 hours every day until I make $1 billion. And he's been doing like 12-hour sessions. I'm like, bro, how do you operate? It's actually pretty crazy, but I don't go that hard. I like to spread it out, you know. I like to also make content around, you know, the YouTube videos. You can see the YouTube videos doing well, the short form content. Like I like to mix it up a little bit. So live streaming is obviously like probably what I enjoy doing the most. But if we're looking at things that actually move the needle, if we're looking at things that actually grow the account, it's the YouTube videos, man. The YouTube videos are bringing in like hundreds, sometimes even 1,000 new subscribers every time I post. The live streams bring in like maybe 100. In fact, I can even share my earnings. Like, you know, part of this channel is being super transparent about everything and how much money I'm making. And, you know, recently a video did pretty well. So you can kind of see here my earnings. We're on $417 for YouTube. 14th of February, we got monetized. So it's been, what, 15 days now, 16 days now? So we're about halfway through the month. It would be cool if we could hit maybe $1,000. But you can kind of see like this video got 27,000 views. And if we go into how much money is made, you can kind of see here $173. This video only just came out, so it's not gonna fully show like the monetizations because it takes 2 days to, I guess, process. But yeah, here you can see $45. And you can also see like how many people are coming in and discovering my channel through these videos, right? Like for example here, you can see like 1.2K subscribers, yeah? But if you were to look at like a live stream, like let's just pick a random one. You can see like this one's only gotten 6 subscribers. But like I enjoy live streaming, don't get me wrong. That's why I keep doing it, because I feel like I get to like talk to you guys and it's way more enjoyable. But if we're talking about what actually moves the needle in terms of content, it's definitely going to be it's definitely going to be just like the YouTube videos. Are you going to are you going to charge for it? If so, how much? I will be charging for it. It's not going to be that high. I haven't even thought about like pricing or anything, but the main thing that I want people to know is it's not going to be available for everyone. Like I'll probably only pick like 50 people max, because I feel like this is an edge, right? Like Sheldon is an edge, and I want to make sure that like it stays an edge, you know, like kind of like the profitable AI crypto traders. They're not really giving that edge away to a whole lot of people, because if they do, then it's no longer an edge. And so, you know, I've obviously worked pretty hard to develop this through trial and error, and I want to make sure that it stays as an edge to just a set few people. Dang, and you prob raw dogging it with no neuro enhancing drugs. Yeah, for real. He definitely does. I mean, he said in his bio, he's like ex-Google or something, so. Is this working? It's still running, stuck on icon generation because it's calling Nano Banana 2 right now. That can take up to 2 minutes. Okay. Weird why it's getting stuck here. I feel like it shouldn't be getting stuck here, but we'll wait. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink of water. I'll be right back. Deploy finished successfully. It went through all 4 steps. Let me just double check the icons look alright. So that's the icon it generated. Let's look through our app. You can see we got update, so it should now update to the new icon, right? If I press this button. I mean, oh yeah. Yo, icon actually looks pretty clean, like when you look at it like that, don't you reckon? Like that looks pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. Click it, and then you got all these options, perfect. I'm pretty happy with this, man. So if I was to check App Store Connect and I gave this a refresh, yo, we've got the screen showing. Nice, perfect. I think it's good to go. Let's add for review. Submit. We just submitted our first. Oh, got some errors. Okay, let's have a look at this. You have 1 or more errors on this page. Went to submit the app for review on the Apple Store Connect portal and got these errors. Please review and make sure future apps don't run through these issues. Bake into the app factory. Why did I think the review was just gonna work? So what do we got here? You must complete the contact information section. You must provide a copyright information for the app you are adding. You must upload a screenshot for 13-inch iPad displays. You must enter a privacy policy URL in app privacy. You must select a primary category for your app. You must respond to the required age rating questions. You must set up content rights. Before you can submit the app for review, an admin must provide information about the app's privacy practices in the app's privacy section. You must choose a pricing tier in pricing. Good catch. These are all fields ASC requires. Let me check what the ASC API endpoints exist for the missing fields. Now I see all the gaps. The metadata upload only handles description keywords. It's missing copyright, category, URLs, age ratings, and more. Let me fix everything. Nice. It took me 2 days to copy Sheldon and $75, but I'm an idiot. Nice. Good shit, Eric. Got to use the chance now to ask questions before he gets too famous to answer. Hey, that ain't true, bro. That ain't true. Don't be like that, Thomas. I'm always going to be around answering questions, man. Especially in the Discord. If someone always asks questions in the Discord and tags me, I'll always answer, man. And especially even if you look at my YouTube channel, like I'm always responding to all the comments. Now we got the screenshots, look. Cozy. Wait, not Cozy. Eric, we got the screenshots right here. We just forgot the iPad screenshots. How much you make from the app on App Store? I mean, we haven't launched it yet, so we haven't made anything. Wait, if this is your first submitted app, what have you made 47K from? This is our first submitted app from the App Store to the iOS App Store. So, you know, we've built Ore Miner. Quick little, I guess, rerun on the history. But we've built Ore Miner, which generated over $650,000 in trading volume. And in its simplest form, it's just like a crypto trading kind of tool. And yeah, we got really good engagement. You can also see like our leaderboard. Users using our app were making good money. And we also got this massive airdrop for being one of 200 developers to launch on the Solana Seeker. And I'm not gonna lie, this is actually where most of our money has come from. Being very strategic about where we were launching our app, because most people think it's just App Store and Android, but you know, there's a third one, which is the Solana mobile app store. And they were very generous in rewarding us with $750,000, which is valued at about $30,000 right now. And we also got very lucky. I'm not gonna lie, we've been on a bit of a generational luck run. I'm not gonna lie. So like, if you scroll down here, you can see the co-founder of Solana actually retweeted my app right here. You can see co-founder of Solana, he literally has over 700,000 followers. He gets retweeted by Elon Musk, and he retweeted my app's post. He got like 50,000 views. My app original post got 60,000 views. Like, we've been on a bit of a generational run in terms of luck, I'm not gonna lie. Doobie never answers my questions in Discord. Oh, Nose Knight, you ain't even in the Discord. Get out of here. I know you ain't even in there, bro. How do you plan on marketing the individual apps? So, like I mentioned earlier, the main plan is going to be creating 5 separate accounts, or however many we need, in separate niches. And we're gonna set up Openclaw automations to basically automatically post through these niches about fitness, about personal finance, about maybe like home gardening or something, whatever. And then if an app matches that niche that we like launch, that niche starts posting about that app. Does that make sense? I guess we got to camp in the live stream for the App Factory access. Kind of insane how fast you got here to be ready for launching the app. Yeah, pretty crazy, hey. It's pretty like crazy how quick things are moving, hey. Like, you know, I'm obviously live streaming, I'm like up to date with the news and everything, but I still feel behind. So I can only imagine how people who aren't really in the space are feeling right now. Can we make sure the icon is updated? The old one is still being used on App Store Connect. This is why I follow you though. I can vibe code an app, but you've got a good marketing brain. Appreciate that, Eric. Appreciate that, bro. I would like to think that's my edge as well, you know? I might not be the most technical guy. You know, all the developers always come in and school me about what I'm doing wrong. I know Vince is always in the Discord telling me like not to use Openclaw and like my security's ass and shit. But I feel like I make up for it in the marketing department because, you know, that's kind of my background. I've only ever been used to marketing and only recently am I developing. Do you need to be in Mac OS to make Apple Store apps? I think you might need to for the simulator specifically. Like all of Apple's resources, like Xcode and everything, are through Mac OS. That doesn't mean you can't make an app not using them, but all their kind of assistance and software and stuff is through Mac OS, yeah. I'm a developer right now, and yeah, I'm looking to learn marketing or partner with someone that does marketing. I mean, hopefully you can find someone in the Discord, man. Did you end up dropping your website, by the way? Your portfolio? Copy trading view alerts to MetaTrader 5 automatically. You should post the link, man. But this looks cool. The icon in ASC comes from the uploaded binary. Since we regenerated the icon after the last deploy, the build still has the old gear. Need to deploy again so the new chef hat icon gets bundled into the archive. Once this is done, I think we can submit our first app, right? That's kind of a big milestone, no? Are we underplaying? Is this an anticlimactic like milestone that we're achieving right now? I feel like this is kind of crazy, no? We're literally deploying our first app to the App Store for review through the app factory. Like this is literally end to end. Pretty crazy, man. Done. Build 7 is uploaded within the new... Okay, so if I give this a refresh... Still not showing. 3... Once Apple processes the build, you'll see the new icon. Okay, so it takes about 15 minutes. Congratulations. Appreciate you, Thomas. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the support. Just sent my links in Discord chat. All right, let's have a look. Hey guys, my name is Kevin. Welcome to the community, man. Maybe we gotta have like an intro section. That'll help it make it easier for people to find each other. Yo, I use Conductor as well. Kevin, you use Conductor? Yo, it's underrated, I reckon. Hey, I think Conductor is underrated, man. Xnapper, Loom, Todoist. Hey, I see a. We eliminate your hardest problems with smart software. Yo, this is clean. Yo, this is nice, man. Dude, you guys are freaking talented, man. For me to build something like this I don't even know if I could build something like this, man. Like, this is so clean. Dude, how are you generating these assets? Are you using AI, Kevin? Or do you make them yourself? Very cool. Nah, looks good, man. Good shit. The only difference between my Sheldon and your Sheldon is that I haven't been able to configure the different subagents to successfully use different models. I ended up just linking them all to Claude. However, I haven't run into bias checks on the review phase. Interesting. Yeah, I noticed like with me, I would run into issues with like Claude code saying things would work when they clearly weren't working. Dude, Pantry Pal icon not updating, man. Thing is, it is updating in TestFlight. So I'm assuming TestFlight is the one that they'd care about. More than this one? I don't know. But I will wait. In the meantime, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and test Plant Pulse. Is Apple Payments set up so that when users pay, it'll come into my account? If not, what are the steps I need to take? I just realized I haven't set up Apple Payments yet. I use the Magic UI MCP. They have ready-made components. Damn. Yo, Doobie, are you on 20x Claude plan? Yes, sir. That's the one I'm on. It's really good. I haven't run into issues with running out yet or anything. Yo, that's some mad alpha though. Magic UI MCP. Dude. That's very cool. All right, we got Plant Pulse opened up. Xcode open, follow steps below. All right, so click on Plant Pulse, distribute app, TestFlight, internal only, distribute. Maybe Plant Pulse Pro, because usually it's taken, the name's taken. So if you add a little Pro on the end, it's usually available. Hit limit yet? I actually haven't hit the limit yet, no. What does he use for that background music? I just use YouTube's creative music. Like I've got one that, in terms of like audio mixer for my OBS, I've got one that shares the window, like the Mac Studios audio, and one that shares my mic. So now if I go here and refresh, I just added Plant Pulse Pro to the App Store Connect, and the icon isn't showing again. Thought we fixed this. Thought we fixed this across all apps. Also, can you verify the TestFlight and everything regarding metadata is fixed? So I can just test on TestFlight. How you set up Sheldon plus and Claude use at the same time? I mean, Claude is what built Sheldon. So I can just prompt Claude and it's gonna know everything about Sheldon because it was the one that built it. Have you seen the anti-gravity X Openclaw workflow? I've seen really impressive things. I actually haven't. I haven't seen or heard much of it. This flute in this beat goes hard. Like, for real. For real. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty hard to find uncopyrighted music, but I feel like I've done an alright job. Like, there's some pretty decent bangers on this playlist. It's weird because people will say that it's uncopyrighted, right? But then when you actually play it, I'm getting copyright striked for my live streams. I'm like, what the hell? You told me that this would be uncopyrighted. Anyway, I'll stop yapping. The icon fix only takes effect when you deploy. The icon gets baked into the binary. Plant Pulse hasn't been deployed since we added the icon prompts. Let me deploy it now with everything. Icon, metadata, screenshots. Doesn't it get deployed? Doesn't the app get deployed when I press the TestFlight button? And if not, why isn't it? I run ZeroClaw and OpenCode on Orange Pi 4 Pro with 256 gigabytes NVMe, cluster 1 machine per GitHub organization, so a lot. Sheesh, that sounds heavy, man. You're right, the TestFlight button should do exactly what I just did manually. Let me check why it might not be working for Plant Pulse. Let me give this a refresh. Pantry Pal's still not showing the correct icon. It's better to VNC remote desktop into the Orange Pi 4 Pro for OpenCode so you can let it run long prompts. You can run it up to 20 prompts at once on a machine, so Pi cluster maxes out. Sounds intense. A starship. A starship. I'm actually really liking the icon, man. It's really grown on me. The Pantry Pal icon. Even if the app was being added to the ASC for the first time, meaning it silently fails, because the first is manual. That manual deployed package should include everything. Hey man, loving the content. I'm building something similar to your app factory, but a full dev agency to release to Vibecoders. I hit you up in Discord DMs. All right, I'll check it out, bro. Glad you're liking the content, man. Appreciate you. How did you get it to automate the terms of service and privacy policy? It just looks at Apple's own policy, because Apple's got like a full documentation and it just bases it off that. Apple's got majority of like the files, you can just look it up. Employee flow. Still not showing, but honestly at this point, not too fast. Let's see if this works. The item, still getting these issues. Beautiful, is that baked into your validator? Yes, sir. I don't want to do that shit. man, so much waiting around with these agentic coding workflows, man. Half the time I'm just waiting for Claude Code to fix itself. Still getting these errors. I noticed you re-uploaded the same screenshots and they are showing in iPhone twice as repeats. Need to make sure they are in iPad format and remove duplicates in iPhone screenshots. Contact information, can you just use my Apple dev account. Need to add required age, ratings. Need to add apps privacy practices, including pricing tiers. Are you able to handle this? Please review and see what you can do. Ideally, automate everything. Otherwise, I'll give it a crack. Just give direction if you fail. The TestFlight button already deploys your apps. It runs the exact same pipeline. When the deploy falls back to manual, the overlay now shows us sync metadata and screenshots. Button between the Xcode distribute step and the TestFlight testing step. The flow is now press TestFlight, archive builds with correct icon. First time only, press sync and metadata, upload description, test on your iPhone. Okay, that's an improvement. Today I got my Sheldon to code an app that checks and lists color info from camera app. That's cool. This was my first fully automated app build. It's definitely rough, but insane. A lot of fixing up to do, but it's wild the practicality from the rough draft. 100%, bro. Yeah, I reckon this is like genuinely, this is the future. Like it's gonna be creating systems for your agentic workflows to flourish. But I think we can now do the test flight. I'm gonna check if it sent me an email for testing. Yes, I did get an email. Not for Plant Pulse though. looks like for TestFlight, you were able to automatically create a group for the Plant Pulse Pro app. However, and no one was added to the group. The group was just created. Need to make sure we add we auto add the admin account to the group. Yo, can't share screen for a sec. I'm just gonna go bathroom real quick. Do we send your Discord now? I'm gonna copy you everything. It's in the description of the live stream. You can see the link. Also in the bio of my YouTube if that one doesn't work. Does YouTube even block me from sending from sending links? Cue the flute. It's funny. You just opened up the iPhone simulator to take iPad screenshots. Also, the TestFlight auto configuration doesn't work. I noticed you automatically opened a group, but you didn't add anyone to the group. You should be adding the admin email to the group so I can actually use the app on TestFlight. Yeah, please fix that as well so we don't have this issue in future app deployments. Yeah, that flute goes hard, man. Sheesh. We're flute maxing? For real, man. We flute maxing right now. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. You add maxing to the end of anything, man, it cracks me up, bro. Vibe fluting. An app that lets you vibe flute. An app that makes you vibe orchestrate, vibe magician, vibe musician, vibe musician. An app that lets you vibe music. Just double check this works. Hey Jose, what up? I haven't seen you in a while. Doobie is the next clavicular. That's funny. Do you remember when you were on Replit? Dude, those were the days, man. That's the second time someone's come in here and been like, do you remember when you were on Replit? Like, it's like, you guys are looking at me like, damn, this guy's done some cool shit now. Damn, this guy's setup is kind of cool now. But yeah, pretty crazy, man, to think that I'm on a terminal right now. Pretty freaking crazy, bro. I hope you've been well, by the way, Jose. Yes, proud of you. Aw. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, gang. Appreciate you giving me company in those earlier days, man. And appreciate everyone giving me company now as well. Like, it's way more enjoyable to vibe code when you're hanging out with people, you know? Okay, we got the iPad emulator out finally, which means we should be able to take the correct screenshots. Nice. How long have you been mogging for? Funny as. Yo, we gotta create a looks maxing app, man. Where the AI like scans your face and then it can like do shit and give you like a rating out of 10 on like how much like looks maxing, what your looks maxing score is. And then if you pay, it'll give you like a full on like instructions on what to do to like improve your looks maxing. And then the AI like face scanning thing will just generate like a score out of 10, and that can go viral because people want to just download the app for that. But then if they want to actually improve their looks maxing, they can like pay for it and like do the thing. What up, Joe Gum? How we doing? Fellow OG Joe Gum. A lot of OGs joining the live stream today, man. I'm doing good, man. How you been? I just had a revelation. I can rename my terminals within my IDE so that I don't have to remember what each agent is responsible for. Is this for Conductor? Our host is 1010, of course. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Ooh. Yo, you guys see the that post that went viral recently? Did I save it? Of the guy? This guy. Kira won't miss. Getting doxxed. I'm pretty sure it came out as fake, but it was still funny. Yeah, look at this. Breaking. Popular X user Kira won't miss. Home security was breached last night and hackers revealed who's behind the account. And it's just this fat guy. And this guy like posts crazy content. He's like constantly going viral. Kira won't miss. And then Kira responded. And he said, World War III started. Home camera got breached. Got doxxed. Getting called Kira won't miss a meal. Like, bro, woke up to the worst day of my life. It's pretty funny. You need to do manually. What's this saying? Now automated for all future apps. In the current review phone is a placeholder that Apple rejects. Change it to your real number in the format or whatever your country code is. App privacy, go to each app privacy section and fill in the data practices. This is the one thing Apple doesn't allow via API. Data not collected if the app only stores data on a device. Okay, once you update the phone in .env, run the TestFlight button again and everything will be set. Okay. Let me just make sure for TestFlight, still no user getting added. .env. Okay. Yo, plant pulse icon looks really cool. So I need to go into app privacy. Go to each app privacy section and fill in the data. Where is the app privacy section? I found it. No, we do not collect data from this app. should gamify it and add leaderboards for the app to keep retention. So every mogger is trying to mog harder to get higher on the leaderboard. Yo, that's funny as. Bro's subhuman. Holy fuck, that guy doesn't get out of his chair. Right now I'm designing a 3D printable 10-inch mini rack for my Claw cluster. There's a lot of good free models. That's cool, bro. Good luck with that. Hold up, just setting up the connection to Apple Store, so not sharing screen. Give me 1 sec. How long have you been facial hair maxing for? Dude, I actually get really lazy on shaving, I'm not gonna lie. So I keep this, and then usually like this stuff just grows out. I'll probably shave like once or twice a week. I filled in the privacy policy, everything good for deployment. Can you give next steps and just double check the TestFlight is working. Okay, nice. We got myself added to the TestFlight. So I should be able to test the next app. PHDB. think we're good. So Pantry Power is ready for submission. Add for review. Before you submit this app, an admin must provide information about the app's privacy practices in the app privacy section. I already did that. Let me check. App privacy, publish. I need to publish the app privacy responses. Okay, I think we're good now. Add for review. Come on. Yes! Let's go. We got our first review submission from the App Store factory. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's actually freaking go. Your app factory, for the people who get it, will they get to modify it? Probably not, but I will be working closely on feedback. Since it'll be a small group of people, like we'll be able to iterate fast and move things around and see what sticks. Let's go. So now I've also got Plant Pulse. Let's go ahead and open it. Identify any plant, health diagnostics, smart watering. You're all set. Get started. Add your first plant. Camera. Allow. Alright, I've got my first plant over there. So identify with AI. Yo, Swiss cheese plant, Monstera della, water up thoroughly when the top 2 to 3 inches of soil are dry. Typically every 1 to 2 weeks, reducing frequency in winter. Cool, and then I just press save. In 7 days, I'm gonna get... Dude, I'd actually use this, what the hell? I do notice there isn't any monetization. Like, where's the monetization? 2 free plants remaining. So let's see if I can fill up the monetization. So if we add an extra plant, is it gonna let me add? Camera? Are you guys seeing all my 75 hard photos? It's kind of embarrassing, man. I just want to freaking... Alright, let's just add it manually. I'll just say, I mean, what are popular plant names? Holy dopamine max, lol. Holy dopamine max. Common household plants. We've got Devil's Ivy. And then we've got, what else? Fiddle leaf, fig. Okay, cool. And then I'm prompted here as well. Same sort of pricing model. All right. So if I was to continue, doesn't seem to work in TestFlight. I identify as a Cyclops. I'm trans AI. Haha, very funny. I laughed. I thought that was so funny that I forgot to laugh, bro. I mean, cool. We got that app submitted. The plant identify app seems to work fine. So on that note, bang on 5 hours. Probably going to end the stream here, boys and lady. I'll probably catch y'all. Thanks for joining me. I'll be on same time tomorrow. And hopefully tomorrow we've kind of done a lot of the iterations today. So tomorrow's kind of just going to be testing out all these apps. Like you saw how fast we were able to test Plant Pulse. That shit was quick as shit compared to the one prior. So yeah, thank you Sebastian. Thank you Starship. Thank you Kevin. Thank you Nose Knight. Thank you Thomas. Thank you Joe Gum. Thank you Jose. Thank you Eric. Thank you Dilly Dutch. Appreciate you. Appreciate you the Orc. Thanks Cozy. Thanks Utweek. Appreciate all you guys keeping me company today. I'll catch y'all. You guys have a good night too, yeah? Get some good sleep. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace out.